Testing. Pointing correctly. Okay, we are live. Hi, everybody. I've got a surprise for you. A very well-known surprise. But first off, Ray, good to see you. Glad to have you. Hello, friends. Ryan, good to see you. Glad to have you. Tracy, good to see you. Glad to have you. Bean, Molly Ho, good to see you. Glad to have you. A reminder, no spoilers. Thank you. Ryan, good to see you. Glad to have you. I hope your power's back. I know your power's back. I hope you're enjoying that. Raven, good to see you, glad to have you. Tillier, good to see you, glad to have you. Daniel, good to see you, glad to have you. Val, good to see you, glad to have you. I'm assuming because of the thumbnail that we'll be seeing everyone's favorite elves and scholars today. We should be if things hold true. That we're going to be my favorite zone of the game, or at least one of my favorite zones. I literally didn't need to look at who said that. I'm like, it's gonna be Will. Look over. Yep. Bean, come join us in Crystal Curl. That's Crystal Data Center, Curl World. Thank you, Bean. Indeed, I love the zone. Pretty decent Shadowbringers. Well, we'll get there. We'll talk about it later. Aaron, good to see you, glad to have you. If you mean Elliot. I was actually waiting for someone to say that. Yep, definitely. That's definitely what I meant. Okay, that's what I had. Woof, I got a boy. I got a boy. I've been having a bit of a rough day, so I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna hug my boy. You want another one, buddy? Yeah, okay. I know you're sniffing because you're just here for more. I know you want more. You can go. You're free. Light, good to see you, glad to have ya. Oh, thanks, Daniel. Yeah, no, I am almost certainly, bipolar runs my family, and I'm almost certainly bipolar because I suffer from, like, depressive swings and mania swings, and right now I'm in a bit of a low, and for some reason it's hitting harder. I think it's just because it's that point in the winter. The Midwest winters go long, and so, you know, you get even less sun, and just, I'm just having a rough go of it. But you know, I'm going to be out of town for about a week here coming up, starting tomorrow. So this will actually probably be the last episode this week. So I'm going to try to take advantage of that to use that time to recoup. I'm going to keep doing some writing and try to keep working on. We've got a backlog. We've got a couple short stories finished, and we've got an end talkers done. So we're going to be getting back to the Wednesday video out. Maybe starting this Wednesday. I kind of want to put out something that isn't just like a short story or an end talkers for like the Wednesday, because they don't always do great. Well, you know, honestly, maybe I should just put it out anyways. But anyways, yeah. So we're probably gonna start putting doing weekly videos on Wednesday. I also got in contact with Naniri, so Thursday streams should be back hopefully very soon. But Naniri's obviously been doing stuff with their job, so they haven't had a lot of time. Sending hugs and cookies. Oh, thanks, Raven. No, I appreciate it, guys. I really do. I try to just be like upfront about where I'm at. Just to be like frank. Like today, I've spent most of the day in bed, like just stuck, truly just stuck in bed. But it's you know, one thing I really like about stream is because it's once I'm here in front of the camera and like spending time with you guys, it's a lot easier to like maintain, even if I don't have a lot in the tank. Thank you for being helpful. You know, I thank you for being able to be here and because we've got a bit also because we don't have a normal warm up. We decided on a normal warm up. What was it? Oh, right, we're gonna do quests for unlocking fast travel. So let's see. We did. Have we done any lake room quests? I don't think so. Let's see if there are any. But yeah, just trying to be upfront and honest about this stuff. Just depressive lows take a real bite out of my productivity, and I do not like it. Oh, there are no quests here? Okay, well, okay, what a Clusia. We definitely didn't do any Clusia, and I don't think we need to. No, we did a 2 right. Okay, so good here for you. Thanks, Raven. I appreciate it. Yay, Naniri! Yeah, yay, Naniri indeed. I miss talking to them. Like I love talking to Naniri, but like when me and them are. Like when either one of us is busy, we don't like talk over Discord a ton. It's funny, like we'll talk for like 5 hours over a call in Discord, but we don't like text over it. So I hope it gets better for you. Yeah, it will, Raven. Like the reality is like I my entire adult life and team life have dealt with highs and lows just oscillating highs and lows due to probably what is definitely something mental health struggles that are very much genetic. Yeah, I'm sad, so I know how that feels. Can't wait for spring. Yep. Always one way or another we'll be here. Thanks, guys. I really do appreciate it. And to all of you who show up in the middle of the day on a Monday just to watch this, I appreciate it. But yeah, so we're gonna, but not to make this all Drower and Jury. I guess. How is everybody else doing? Hopefully, I hope it's much better. My lovely partner bought me a new heater. So the old heater I had was probably from like the 50s. Like, I mean, it looks like it's from the 1950s. It's like stamped sheet metal, and it like basically, I'm pretty sure my breath is hotter when I breathe out. But this new one is just cranking out heat, which is so that's definitely been helping make the area I'm in feel much warmer. Some people just really aren't big texters or into constant streams. I'm like that with my family. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing with my family is I grew up in a family where, like, I hear from most of my family once every, like, 3 to 6 months. The last time my dad called me was literally just because I got a new phone, and he was worried that it would affect his phone plan. And that, I heard from him, like, a week or so ago about that, and I hadn't heard from him in months before that. Which I found funny. Paul, but getting the heating fixed tomorrow. Nice, Tracy. I have a slight cough, so I'm not sick anymore. It's just annoying. Raven, I wonder if you had what I had. I got sick, and then I had like a cough for like a solid 4 weeks or something. Getting lag? Okay, yep. I see lag. One moment, let me see if I can fix it. Let me see if I can tweak some settings to fix it. Okay. I will be right back. Says we're back. Let me know if you guys can see me when we're back. Sorry, I had to restart my router. That's the downside of having Midwest internet. You probably can't see the game. Don't worry about that. That's just me. I'm having to get back on. It doesn't show the game until I'm in. Oh, gotta try reconnecting to chat. You can see me? Thank you for not leaving, guys. Normal service will be resumed to see we've worked out what normal is anyway. Thanks. No need to panic. I'm sure he's just trying to restart the router or something. Thank you, Bean. Yeah, that is correct. No, the Assassins have taken control. Yeah. No, so I have pretty... I pay for the best network I can, and it's still pretty garbo. I only get like 5 megabits up for upload, and it's just not great. But one of the other things is that I like also the routers just stop working sometimes. I even like have tried getting new ones and stuff that just janky, just janky. I've been pretty lucky lately not having huge problems with it, but every so now and then it just decides I don't want I don't want to work. I don't want it. Okay. We still, but it's 3:14. We still have, you know, we still have time to complete a couple of these. Oh, who are you? Forgive me. It's not often we see travelers in Rite. What with how dangerous it is hereabouts. I even worry for my husband taking the road down to the shipyard, and he's as strong as a Talos. He has been a good while, though. If you're headed that way, could you please let him know his wife is expecting him at home? So we got that one, and then we got this one. Deathberry! Good to see you. Glad to have you, man. I hope everyone is having a great day. Not one of my best, but definitely better for having you in it. I came in bright, his problem was fixed. To see you glad you're back up again. Perfect. Great timing. Excuse me, but you're the gentleman Alfino was traveling with, aren't you? I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch your name. It's Elio. Ah, Elio. How lovely to meet you. My name is Ulyss, and I'm the acting village mayor. I was hoping someone of your talents would pass through right before long. The thing is, I need to visit someone up at Stonegazer, but I'm afraid to walk the path alone. You think you could provide an escort? My thanks. I just couldn't bring myself to ask one of the villagers. You see, there was an incident a while back where the veteran band of hunters was badly mauled. Simply mentioning that it's unsafe to wander outside the village these days would be enough to bring back memories of the grisly scene, which is why it's been so difficult to even bring up the subject. But such does not change the fact that the roads are indeed dangerous. Pray, meet me on the path to the north and be prepared to fend off the wildlife. I wonder if they'll ever retroactively go and... That's interesting. Boy, the people of Rite cannot count on the perfumed gentry of Yulmore for protection. They have long since given up on even asking. So it falls to myself and my esteemed brethren to keep them safe. Though I'd be lying if I said it was solely out of the kindness of my heart. Curse 14 has insistence on making me do math. Is there a math quest? Is one of the blue quests a math quest? I have no memory of such. I'm gonna be lurking a bit today for work, unfortunately. No worries, man. Glad to have you lurking either way. It's okay, I have sweet RulerNet. I know the struggles. Well, the thing is, I live in and around a giant metropolis. Like, I live around Minneapolis, right? I've said as much before. It's like, it shouldn't be a struggle to have really solid internet while being that close to a major city. I mean, my download's fine, right? Like, my download's not bad, but the upload just everywhere. Garbage. You have to count planks. Ah. 1 plank. 2 plank. I got a B in geometry for what it counts. I think I did terrible in geometry, but that's because that was a rough part of my life. I was not doing good in many classes at that time. I was learning, but I wasn't doing good in the class. You gotta do your homework to do well in the class. What did I tell you? I was barely 10 steps out of the village. Come, let us hurry along before more predators have a chance to gather. Adam, good to see you. Glad to have you. Oh, it's Ari. Nice. I always got C's in math. I always got very, very, very low. Like, I got like, think a total of like a 1.0, like 1 point something for my final high school. Like, I did very, very poorly as a student because I was very, very poor at executive function and did not do my homework and stuff. But I did well on tests, and I loved learning, and I loved engaging and talking to the teachers and all that stuff. But the only reason I graduated high school, actually, was because they didn't know what to do with me. So they said, hey, we've got this trial program. You take all these tests, and if you pass them, you'll get your GED, and you will get your diploma. So I technically have my high school diploma and a GED. It's a weird thing. But, so they were supposed to take 3 months to pass them all, and I did it in, like, 2 weeks, because they let you take them at your own pace. I'm like, I know how to do it. I know all the information for these. And so I technically graduated, like, in, like, late fall of my senior year rather than, like, but I also did walk with my graduating class. It was weird. Thank you for the escort, Elio. This is the gentleman I wish to speak with, so we needn't go any further. Sai Luke.
Are you wandering around by yourself out here? You know what kind of creatures lurk beyond the borders of the village.
Ah, well, if it isn't Clifton's little girl, something I can do for you, lass.
Yes, sir. I came for an answer to my proposal from the other day. Have you given any thought taking over as village mayor? I'm doing the best I can in the interim, but I've neither the age nor the wisdom to continue in the role, and the rest of the villagers agree with me.
I'm fairly sure I told you nay once already. But seeing as you found a guard just so you could come and talk to me, then mayhap I will consider the idea, in exchange for a few small tasks.
You will? Please, just tell me what you need.
My friend, Clifton, your dear father, was looking for a sickle to cut some rope. Would you mind skipping back to the village and borrowing one for me?
Why would you... I mean, a sickle, was it? For cutting rope? That shouldn't be too difficult. I had only meant to ask you for along for the one trip, but if I'm to complete these tasks, would you be willing to indulge me a while longer?
Elio, why are you such a fucking mood? What did I do, Aaron? What did I do that made me a mood? Yeah, all of middle school was rough for me for many reasons. I got a lot of Fs, never did my homework. Fortunately, I did well in high school. Nice, Daniel. Yeah, middle school was like that, and sadly, high school was too. But honestly, I've made it work out pretty okay. I was very lucky that they were running that trial program that let me, like, play to my strengths rather than my weaknesses. My graduation was messy, it being 2020. I'm sorry, Raven. On the bright side, well, it's not a bright side, but, I mean, like, that'll be fascinating story for, those, if not your children, the children in your life or people in your life in the future. I mean, think about like asking your parent or your grandparents about things, I don't know, like the Great Depression and stuff, but like you have lived through a moment like that, you know. I mean, I don't know, that might be cold comfort. That's what I try to cling to in moments where something like that gets me down. It's like, what brightness can I potentially take from it?
Good day to you, young gillies. You look a little flustered here. Was there something I could help you with? And good day to you, madam. I was actually hoping to borrow a sickle.
Is that all? Here, you can take this one.
I've several spares, so there's no need to rush in returning it. Doing a spot of harvesting, are you? My thanks, but it's not for me, exactly. I was asked to bring one for my father. Your father? Shadow, save me. Forgive me. If you're to accompany me in these tasks, then you deserve to know the whole story. It was my father, Clifton, who was the former mayor of Wright. And the incident I spoke of earlier was something that happened a year ago. One day, a stray sin eater came prowling around and slaughtered nearly half the village. It was a wicked nightmare. Some of the villagers blamed my father. They said it was because he refused to accept the protection of Yulmore. The sheer scale of the tragedy and accusations that followed wore away at his conscience until finally, he could bear the guilt no longer. And he hanged himself. Luke, the old man we spoke to, was his closest friend, but considering how he worded his request, it seems he's reluctant to accept the fact of my father's death. So, I would see this task to its end. Let's bring him his sickle, shall we?
Thanks. Really sucks that I didn't get to do the senior all-night party. I love the theme, Great Gatsby. Hey, so Raven, I can relate to you on that. Because of me doing the program I didn't get to go to my senior prom. I didn't get to go to, like, the graduation party or anything like that. So I do connect with you there, and that does really suck to, like, miss out on that. What I will say is, if you have any friends from that time, the most important thing that ultimately ends up lasting is connecting with them every now and then. And a lot of times people drift and it's super normal to drift, but like hold on to those memories more than anything. But I really do feel you on that, because missing out on those opportunities sucks. Join our YouTube channel for the low price of not much month to get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivist. It won't even involve much math. Thank you, Bean. Should have been a celebration at home, Raven. All you need is some jazz records, some bootleg liquor, and would be Great Gatsby theme. Yeah, hey, just play the Baz Luhrmann movies. Go play Great Gatsby, Moulin Rouge, and Ballroom. Not Ballroom Blitz. Strictly Ballroom. Fuck, forget the name. True, it was insane when I was woken up by my brother telling me all schools were shutting down, showing me local news. Yeah, it was a crazy time.
Luke, sir. We brought you sickle you asked for.
Oh, good, good. Old Clifton will be glad to see this.
Oh, sir. But thank you for staying with me, Elio. This might be harder than I expected.
And we'll have to get back to that quest at a different point. Actually, wait. Does it have another... Anyone know what that unlocks if you do it? They put me through a remedial class in high school because I came from a private middle school, so those credits don't count. They didn't know where to put me. Ended up taking AP English last 2 years in high school. Yeah, Ryan, I didn't have that issue, but yeah, the whole credits nonsense is, well, the whole thing. Luckily, there are some initiatives right now between colleges and high schools, which I know is different than middle schools and high schools, but to try and codify that a little bit better or have things transfer. So I know there's pilot programs like the ones that they're doing at Arizona State, and they're working with people like Crash Course on YouTube too, for people to be able to like take courses off of YouTube for potential transfer credit that could be used elsewhere. And, yeah, graduating. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Elliot. No worries, Raven. Just take comfort in that you're not alone, and I feel your pain. Hey, something I can do for you, stranger. Well, beat me with a hammer. Has it been that long? I was aiming to salvage the plank from the old hull, but she's given me more trouble than I bargained for. A bit of a waste to leave all this lumber lying around. Not much call for seaworthy ships since the light ate up half the world, you understand. So I reckoned it were better for woodworkers like me to put it to good use. These boards, though, they're so tightly joined I can't pull the bleeding things loose. Here, do me a favor and sprinkle some of this powder on the joints along the keel. I'll keep working on this end, and with any luck, I can make it home before the wife stomps down here to fetch me herself. One keel joint. 2 keel joint. 3 keel joints. I can stop any time, I swear. Yeah, graduating in 2020 was weird. When I saw what was going on with my little brother was graduating, it was so different from my own experience. Yeah, and I graduated in 2014, high school in 2014, so it's been almost a decade. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, it's tribal related. Thanks, Ari. With the dwarves, right. That should do the trick. Powdered fire crystal is the best thing for melted wood glue. Just pour a little on water and steam will take the rest of it. This ought to be a one-man job now, thanks to you. Oh, and if you could let the noise. I'm curious if that is in any way an actual name. Okay, let's think. What would the Japanese be? It would probably be Senoisie. No, it'll be done within the hour. Then you'll have helped me out of 2 rough spots today. Didn't go to my senior prom because I didn't have any friends or a girlfriend. Oh, Daniel. I feel very bad. Hey, at least you got us now? Okay, okay. I'm not sure how much comfort you take in digital online friends, but I will say, at least you have a friend group in us now. At least I know there's so parasocial relationships are a thing in terms of there's a distance between us, especially if it was only doing streaming, right? But especially, I've hung out with many of you in the Discord, so to many of you, I do consider you guys acquaintances or friends. I also may have a looser definition of friends than others, but I do spend a good amount of time with you guys. That sucks you weren't able to attend those events, Elliot. Thanks for your empathy, Deathberry. And like, yes, it sucked at the time, and sometimes it still sucks, but it's like, I'm okay with how things turned out, you know?
He's alright then. Well, that's a relief. White's had its share of troubles, and wife does worry. What? He had to help and strip planks. Shake of that, man. Still, we're lucky his father taught him the trade at all, even if he used those skills to take ships apart instead of building them. A woodworker puts food on the table, so I'm grateful to his family for keeping up their traditions. I'm grateful to you for bringing me peace of mind. Please, take this for your kindness.
Okay. And perfect timing. Let's get the MSQ started. Also took AP US History, AP Chemistry, maybe tribal related. Yep. Eventually a certain tribe. I don't know really. I do remember doing quest lines. Yep. I never did any of this that stuff. Recommend doing it, Val. Also, I'm happy I found you all. After the chaos of 2020, I pretty much lost contact with many of my friends from school. Yeah, that's very... I don't know if it's... Again, I don't know if this has come for Raven, but that's... Even if there wasn't the worldwide pandemic, that's very normal too, but it can be very lonely. So I've been feeling lonely for a while. I'm feeling better now. Good. I'm glad. I've definitely noticed you've been... I mean, like... Sorry, my headphones just died. But, you know, you consider where Raven, like, when we first started talking and, like, the apprehension you had to, like, not only join him and stuff, but even to talk versus now. And so it's been great to see you feel much more at ease and at home. Playing counting, such fun. Glad to hear that, Raven. Yeah. Wait, did you say 2014? I did. I graduated high school in 2014. I am 27 years old. I'm so old. What year did you graduate, Val? Don't remind me just how long ago it was I graduated high school. We graduated the same year. I got bad news. It's 2023. 10-year high school reunion should be coming up. You heard it here, folks. I'm Elio's best friend. Yep, that's exactly what I said, Daniel. 100%. I'm class of 2011. I don't want to hear it, Deathbeard. I finished my undergrad in 2014. Well, I mean, that's what? A difference of like 4 years. That's not too big. My partner that's closest in age to me is 4 or 5 years. So, yeah, 4 years, I think, older than me. So, you know, at a certain point in age, you know, especially starting around 22 and on, especially like after like 25, like the difference of like 5 to 10 years is really more about like where you are in life. So for instance, if like you're like 27 or 26 and your partner's like in their like mid 30s, it's only a big life difference if it's only a big problem for the most part if like they have kids and you don't, or like that's the place where I find this most difference. Oh, you know what? Speaking since we have the Crystal Exarch here, I'm gonna go get something. I'll be right back. The Crystal Exarch staff is done. I technically still need to weather it. I need to like use oil paints to like enhance the highlights so that it looks more like aged and real. But yeah, you should have seen how nervous I was. Click push to talk for the first time. No worries, Raven. I maybe you find it surprising, but I have genuinely been there, so I do empathize, and I'm just glad that it's become easier. I'm gonna catch up with both you guys in a second, but I do want to like just start the MSQ a little bit.
Now, as far as we proceed from here, the villagers that we have evacuated earlier have arrived safely at the Crystarium. They seem to be accepting their situation for the moment. Most folk are far too distracted by the sky to worry about the wounds of or lost homes. They whisper and wonder if the worry of darkness has come. 'Tis to be expected. Elio, I must ask a favor of you. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor for the time being? People need a symbol. Seeing the light recede from Lakeland is a momentous occasion, and many will be swept up in the maelstrom of excitement and confusion. Should you come forth as the legendary warrior of darkness, I fear that, no matter how good your intentions, such an appearance would throw the city into disarray. I find myself in agreement with the Exarch, although my concerns are more focused on Yulmore. It may be best if you maintain a low profile until we see how Valkyrie responds to all this.
Dude, I forgot how much I loved Shadowbringer's Alphino's outfit.
My thanks. Though we cannot freely celebrate your success, pray, allow your heart to be buoyed by a joy of our citizens, a joy you surely brought into being. Ah, And I must ask the same discretion of you, Captain. 'Tis my intention to share with our people the tale of a greater warrior who stood in defiance of the Sin Eaters. This unnamed champion defeated the Light Warden and has since departed for parts unknown. Yes? As you wish, my lord. Your penchant for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Although I expect to be told the whole truth of it one day. About all of you.
I love that we're like, yep, totally we'll do that, and Exarch's just like, mm-mm.
With that settled, I shall return to the Crystarium and make an address to the people. These explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray, take the opportunity to rest and recover from your exploits. And to think, you'll not even need to shutter the windows to enjoy the dark and peaceful night's sleep. I must stay behind to coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. And I hesitate to ask after all you've done here today, but could I ask you to pass on a message on your way to the pendants? Please let Bragi know that we'll be bringing in a number of injured, and that any restoratives in the markets need to be reserved for the infirmary.
Old by the 12. Tracy, yeah, I think Tracy's got us all beat, guys.
We should start making our own way back to the Crystarium. Slowly, mind you. It wouldn't do to arrive too soon after the Exarch. I'm staying behind as well. There's something I need to check on in Homeminster. We already went through the village, top to bottom, Alice. We should all take the chance to rest, you included. I knew one of those eaters, and I can't rest. Not now. So please, I wish to be left alone for a while, and that means you as well, Elio.
I shall be cross if you try to follow me.
I promise to find you later when I feel myself again. Just you and me, then, shall we?
Never did prom or anything. I never even graduated. School was very hard for me from 13 to 14 for about 7 months. I had to be pulled out of school because my dad was sick. I turned 34 next month. Hey, I mean, Val, you seem to be making it work for you. So, you know, we've all got our own paths, which I know sounds like the bullshit that people say, like, oh, we all have our own paths. But really, I think that if anything, the problem is that a lot of us have our own paths and they're more or less a struggle based on the normal expectations around how we're supposed to succeed. And that's what makes it difficult. After 25, coincidentally, the age of the brain is done developing. Yeah, my partner is 5 years older than me. My next to my age partner is 26, so I relate. And fucking 6 stab. The Exarch staff. Exarch staff hype. Yeah, thanks guys. Staff gang. Are we a bunch of dragoons? Are we the pole gang? Someone quickly gay bulg this up. I know I'm very, very late, but I'm just gonna throw this in here apropos of nothing. I will say that I would not date anyone below 25. They're basically overgrown teenagers. I think it really depends. I've experienced a lot of people where that's true, but I've experienced a lot of people who have been through enough in their 20s to 24, and especially 18 to 22, that there's the odd man out there. The other thing I found is that if you a lot of times people will say that's I wouldn't date an 18-year-old. They're 25. I wouldn't date an 18-year-old. They're old teenagers. Then you're 35. I wouldn't date a 25-year-old. They're old teenagers. Then you're 55. You're I would never date someone who's 35. They're just babs.
Well, the Crystarium seems relatively ordered, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there's something jubilant in the air. I have a feeling this night won't be quite as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I shall take a brief stroll around town before retiring to my chambers. Once you've discharged your duty to Bragi, I suggest you do the same. Sleep well, Elio. I hope untroubled dreams find you and Alice both.
I will say, do not today anyone below 25. They're basically. Also, sorry if you ever had a hard time understanding what I say. I have a speaking issue. If it sounds like I'm speaking some alien language, shall we repeat myself? I can't say I particularly have, Raven. I mean, for the most part, the biggest struggle I find with anyone is if their mic's very low quality, because I have a hard time processing auditorially processing sometimes, and if people's mic quality is really bad, it's hard for me to parse what's going on. That's the main thing.
Aye, what can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern, like every other study in Seoul City. I see. With Captain Lena can rest assured that any potions I spot coming in will be safe for the wounded. Hang on a moment. If you're carrying messages for the guard, does that mean you were there then? The battle at Homeminster. A stalwart lad like you might very well pay a visit to the Wandering Stairs, make himself known. I'm sure Glennard can introduce you to some interesting opportunities. I'm gonna actually have to work on and come up with my Eastern European accent for the Hrothgar and Ronso in the future. I will say what I did. I love Lena. She's a great character and is so expressive. Yeah, Lena's a wonderful character. Always good to know, but I haven't had any trouble. Yeah, never had any problem. Your English is better than a lot of people I know, so no worries. Indeed, Ray, most of your time English is better than mine and a native speaker. Yeah, you've been, like, seriously, I would tell you if, like, I was like, oh yeah, here's where I tend to struggle with you, just to, like, so you have something useful information, but no, can't say I have. Ah, and that's how I know I'm caught up, because I've gotten to your guys' gay bulge. I do love they do a lot more like cinematic pana sweeping shots and stuff in Shadowbringers compared to the expansions prior. Oi, Cilia, more beer for the two tables, and a couple of pints of meat for table 3 while you're at it. Coming right up. Sorry, we rushed off our feet this evening, sir. Can I get you for anything? Drinks are on the house. I was told you had interesting opportunities. Hmm? Oh, that braggy has a twisted sense of humor. Yeah, to think he sent you to me at a time like this. The first real night in near 100 years and has folk all riled up, and then some. What's more, there was even there was that eater business at Homeminster Switch. They say a Light Warden was destroyed without a damn trace. It was the Warrior of Darkness who did the damn deed. I really must apologize for Glennard. He's been almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumor of the warrior's appearance was the spark that to their kindling. You know how the weak eaters are drawn to the strong ones, right? Aye, they swarm like angry bees around a queen. You need look no further than Homeminster to proof of that. But attacks on that scale don't happen every day, praise the blessed shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and again, an eater will leave the pack and to prowl alone. Those are the ones you run into on the road if your luck is foul. They're dangerous to everyone, so the settlement councils puts bounties on their head, and our bar here is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. It seems a few of them were inspired by the warden slaying, even more than most. These are the types who have their sights set on the absolute worst of the strays, a class of eaters that have been dubbed the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago, and when historians heard the descriptions given by the survivors, well, apparently they share an appearance with the villains who caused the flood. And if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they're also reported to be as tough as Light Wardens, not the kind of prey you can take down single-handed. Our virtue hunters had all but given up, but knowing the Warrior of Darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at them. The Hume over there with the oversized sword is grandson. He's in it for revenge, wants to recruit a comrade in arms as tenacious as he is. The Mistel lad is Lurik. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks, he's as hard a hunter as they come. He just lost a partner and seems to be on the lookout for a new one. That's Krieg. Word is he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. Last we have Giet, dwarf and drunkard both. Wanted to join forces with a healer and only a healer. Something about needing a mender's wisdom. Oh man, she's so good. I've seen my share of complete veterans, and you have the look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself to one of the hunters. Who knows? Together you might even collect a bounty on a cardinal virtue. Now there's a grand idea. I imagine the prestige my bar would earn if we boasted the patronage of a successful virtue hunter.
Role quests are unlocked. It's too bad you're not leveling healers. Healer, role quest, and Shadowbringers is the best. It is. To me, it's between healer and tank are the two best. I really like mage, and the physical range melees, or the physical one is it's fine. Maybe I'll like it more on a second playing. What we're gonna do is we're gonna start doing these as our opener for our warm up each day. So we're not gonna worry about it right now. But we're gonna finish those. We also are gonna do all the role quests at some point. The question is, do we want to do the role quests before we get to when do we want to do it, right? I think probably before Endwalkers. So either during 5.0 or 5.x. Probably not during 5.0. I think what we might do is we might take some time because I definitely want to do Baja, and I mean, obviously we're going to do weapons questline, but I think we're going to do Baja because we really should do both the east and western fronts of the Garlemald fight, because that's going to be hyper relevant going into Endwalker. So maybe we'll take a bit of time to not just go 5.1, 5.2, 5.3 and straight into it with Shadowbringers. We'll actually make sure to do things like that because the world quest is super relevant, especially in current content. Welcome back, sir. I wonder if anyone can sleep with the city in such an uproar, but will you be retiring to your quarters? Very good. In light of the present situation, I've had illumination prepared for all our rooms. No need to rush to the markets for lanterns or candles. Have a pleasant rest, sir. I also have auditory processing issues, so when multiple people talk at the same time, it's hard. Yeah, I have a hard time of like focusing in, so there's a lot of people talking. Choosing one person just focus on their voice is difficult for me. I find loquaciousness through writing easier than speech. I've always found it more difficult to articulate my thoughts. I have an easy time articulating my thoughts, but I can definitely be even more elegant in my wording in written language. Ah, look at that beautiful night sky.
So it's your lot's turn to be the Warriors of Darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out.
Been watching, have you?
Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Yulmore and then on to Armarang, and I was there when you slew the Light Warden. Those white-haired twins who were with you, I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin? Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
I don't know why. It's not even just what he says, but the Arbert's line and his delivery, his performance just always get me.
So this is what the light was hiding. He's here. I must go to him.
A youthful, idealistic waif traveling with a grizzled veteran of a duty of most important in order to save the world. Is Shadowbringers just Last of Us? Is Thancred just Joel? Only you can decide. Meanwhile, inside an Imperial Magitech facility on the Source.
Intruders! Fan out and find them!
Let's just cast from Albino. I know that map. Hey! It's the return of the boy! Gibbles!
Out of my way!
Dude! On your side, man.
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Celestinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the warrior of light from the jaws of death. Your armor is most distinct.
Oh, I forgot he's got his new armor in the meantime. I guess you see this in his new armor in Stormblood too, right? It's part of a short story.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places.
Oh, dude, that's so telling that he knows this guy is right from the
Van
get-go.
Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadowhunter.
Well, if he says that Shadowhunter, maybe he was just told.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Oh, okay. Like his Krau's
Through no
talking
choice
to
of
him.
my own. They tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear the receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldessian woman once she has caught the scent of Euretha.
Fear the
If they've
Lalafels.
resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on other business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
Man, I hope we get more buddy cop, Gaius and Justinian.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript, no skills to exploit, nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Celestinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
It's shocking the amount to which, like, it feels like, oh, they're continuing on what happened in Stormblood in the background with this, and how much this is relevant for what comes next. Even though it's not, like, it feels like technically this is completely disconnected from the main story that's going on right now in this first, right? And yet it still feels fascinating, interesting, and continuation of the plot A of Stormbloods, at least patch content especially. And then as those who played Endwalker know, it's relevant later. Went off to get food in the way back. I tripped over everything in my house I could trip on. Oh no. You okay, Raven? I enjoyed Physical Tank Quest. Yeah. And Physical Tank Quest, yeah. Like, it's interesting. I found that a lot of people have different priorities for like which role quest is their favorites. Food is saved. Woo. Let me catch up. Glad you were able to save it. My dog wasn't glad I saved it. Pharaoh's from Persona 3. Is that you? Punish Sharper. The line hits so hard. Yeah. I would bet. Deadpool sympathizes. Yeah, Deadpool wants your food. That's for sure. Jane, good to see you. Glad to have you. Sad boy, indeed. That got me as well. Yeah. It hurts me knowing her. Yeah. Yeah. You're only just now picking that up. Papa Thancred. I'm so eager to play through Shadowbringers for my mom in my replay. Yeah, good. Wow. Hey, E-Machine, good to see you. Glad to have you. Istinian is like restrained? We do not know her. Istinian woke up and choose no mercy today. I mean, when does he not? Yeah, we all love him. We all love you, Istinian. Those evil potatoes. He's terrified of them. He is. I mean, like, literally, you know that face he makes at a certain point later on. He is terrified of those potatoes. Forgot how grumpy he was at the start of being dragged into the Scions. Yeah, he comes kicking and screaming, which makes certain events later on all the more powerful. It's like Wild Rose except you die. Worse than Sarin Gas, that's for sure. Oh, absolutely, you can survive Sarin Gas. You can't survive Black Rose. It basically gets into your system and stills your ether. Imagine if there was a poison in real life that like got into your blood and it just stopped your blood flowing completely. It just like you breathed in any of it and your blood just stopped flowing. Yeah, it's 100. Yeah, by the way, that's a Stormblood artifact Dragoon armor City wears. Is it? Is it really? Because in canon it's supposed to be. Somehow I've never looked at the. Artifact armor, Dragoon, Stormblood. I should. You'd think I'd know that off the top of my head, but I just realized I don't think I've ever looked at it. Thanks for calling that out, Atelier. I don't think I would have ever known. Well, I might have someday realized that, but. Oh yeah, it totally is. There are some color variations, like differences between the two, but like, yeah. It's supposed to be an armor created by Ratatoskr, and it's a gift to him. Not Ratatoskr didn't make it now, obviously, but I think it's made of the scales of Ratatoskr. So he wields the spear, right? He wields Gaybolg, you know, with the blood of Nidhogg upon it, and he wields the armor of Ratatoskr. You know, like he's bearing all these symbols of the First Brood, and it's wonderful. If you haven't read the short story is Tales from the Street. Tales from the Storm. I have not started working on the Tales from the Storm shorts yet. However, I am almost done recording all the AR ones, and I'm starting on the Heavensward ones. The Way to the Name, Calm Before the Storm. From Azure to Ashes, I think is. Yeah, From Azure to Ashes is it. It's also where you see Istinian drop off the flowers at Azisla. If you've never been to Azisla, there's a set of flowers that exist. And also a bouquet of flowers in the Churning Mists.
Begging your pardon, sir, but do you perchance intend to head outside? If so, I would strongly advise you not to stray too far from Crystarium. Word has it Yulmore has dispatched its military to Lakeland. Given the timing of one can only assume they do not welcome the return of night. Even now, the Exarch is in the Ocular, deliberating a response. Yeah, I think my biggest gripe with Shadowbringers, honestly, I was so expected to deal with what we were setting up during post-Stormblood with the Empire Black Rose, but we get whisked away. I mean, yeah, like, that's kind of like the bait and switch. At least they do, like, kind of set up the bait and switch for a couple patches, right? Dad crit. Don't get me wrong, I love Shadowbringer MSQ, just we had the standalone Garmall expansion, but oh well, it is what it is. I mean, to be in their defense, so Atelier, as someone who actually would have enjoyed that as well, I think twofold. One, that they do the prerequisite stuff with, like, the east and west fronts with weapons and Baja, and then they give ample time to it, as well as the stories going on in the background of this, as well as we get an Endwalker. I don't know that especially coming off the back of Stormblood, imagine going from a war story directly to a war story with no change in like kind or pacing would have been, you know, I think
would have been, for some people, a little bit disappointing. Like, some people already don't love the war story aspect of Stormblood as is. But so for someone who, I think someone said, didn't he name his spear Nidhogg? And I'm like, I don't think he did. If I remember right, it's specifically specified that it is Gaybolg. And it is the original Gaybolg. Oh. Or something like that. Yeah, we get an E1. Where is it? Here. Gaybolg in the Eye of Nidhogg. The Holy See bestowed the legendary spear Gaybolg upon Estinian after he was awarded the title of Azure Dragoon. However, when he was possessed by the shade of Nidhogg, the spear was twisted and transformed by the Great Worm's magic. Upon Estinian's disappearance from the infirmary, it was discovered that Gaybolg too had vanished. So, unless there's something that comes out later, like, do you know of a reference later where he changes it? Isn't that carbon monoxide? Well, carbon monoxide fills your blood with CO2, right? Or not CO2, but like, does it actually? I don't think it actually stills your blood. I mean, like, literally your blood stops flowing, right? Whereas, like, I just think you aren't able to breathe, right? Like, or you aren't able to, like, you know, you're not taking in oxygen with carbon monoxide. Thanks for that terrifying fact. Yeah, the Warrior Blade Dragoon gets it in Stormblood, but I think Estinian gets it first. Yeah, the armor. Yeah, because he gets the armor in between Heavensward and Stormblood. I thought Estinian named his spear Nidhogg. Yikes for his name. If Shadowbringer was Garlanol expansion, I would put 14, not gonna lie. Yeah, he does refer to it as Nidhogg. Does he refer to the spear as Nidhogg, or are you guys sure that he's not referring to, like, the Nidhogg within him? Because he refers to, like, the, like, spirit of Nidhogg that he carries within him too. Because, like, does he mention Nidhogg and, like, call to Nidhogg and then wield the spear? Because that's not quite the same. Sarah, good to see you. Glad to have you. Is there something maybe there's something in the game journal? If you have, feel free to reference it.
You have come at a good time. As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary on our hands. Laxon Loft here in Lakeland. Yulmore has sent one of its airships. They have questions for us concerning the death of the Light Warden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
Indeed. It was inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
My lord, I am come with the Yulmore emissary. May I show him in?
Oh no. Here he comes.
A moment, Captain, if you would.
Where's Willow when you need her?
Everyone, gather round.
Oh wait, or is this Ranjit when he shows up? I forget. I think Emmett might be later. God, it's been so long since I played Shadowbringers.
I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty.
I think this is Ranjit, actually.
Vanish.
I feel like, but I feel like Endwalker and Shadowbringers and Stormblood are all about, like, politics is a fundamental part of every story that they tell in 14. Like, there's not a single one where it's not. You know? Nightwings, good to see you, glad to have you. Yep, okay, I was right, it was Ranjit.
Well, well. The commander of the Yulmoran army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
The
Light Warden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
I mean, this is no more different than the politics of
You are
Garlemald,
clearly
right?
in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Yulmore's interest in this?
Conflict between Yulmore and Crystarium.
His
and how
benevolent
that's
Lord
developed.
Vorthri is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin Eater. Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage, my lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
I think it really depends on what you mean by politics, then. Because I would say, like, look to Baja, look to the weapons quest line, you know.
I see.
Because those would all constitute
Since
it as
you
well.
have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Light Warden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Yulmore considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution. Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
Folly. The death of one or 1,000,000 Sin Eaters changes nothing. The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace. But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthri. In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Yulmore's mercy.
Yeah, you're allowed to hate him, Raven. I pity him more than I think I hate him, but I hate him. I dislike him too. But I think Ron Treat's actually a great villain and one of the great three villains in this. And I actually, when people like say like he's stupid or something, it's.
We are searching for a young artist and his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once.
The Exarch's
My master
a very
is most
good liar.
eager to see them again.
Yeah, Ranjit I'm actually more surprised that people dislike than least. Like, it's very strange to me because I feel like if you're paying attention to the themes of Shadowbringers, his character is actually a really wonderful depiction of one of the aspects of, like, despair and representation of the way in which people are engaging and dealing with, like, the just fall of the first. And, like, and also a mirror of Ardbert. Too. Like it's just weird because like he actually is really interestingly tied into a lot of characters.
Did he just stare straight at us?
And Thancred.
I fear he did. The general is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Yulmore's army since before Vorthri's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army and for so long without possessing exceptional instincts.
If Yulmore chose to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat. While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
It is noble of you to say, Master Alphino, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Yulmore has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man.
John, good to see you, glad to have you.
If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
He may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Yulmoran forces at Laxan Loft were observed taking a prisoner. A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia. It may be that General Ranjit wishes to convey her to Yulmore before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
I'm sorry, generations of Minfilia?
Ah, of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it. I think it best that you seek out Moren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He will be able to enlighten you. Alphino, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
All right, though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
In the meantime, I will set about making provisions for war.
I mean, it's the first, right? So human naming structure could be different. The other thing is, imagine like Ranjit. What if he was from a line of people from like Thavnair, or like the first subversion of Thavnair, right? And if some of them had survived the flood because they happened to be in the, on Norvrant at the time. Like that was my impression was always that he was hearkening onto something either from like central, what would have been first Ilsabard, or like Thavnair. Listen to the body up, and I mean more like war-torn strife, strategy talks all the time, ooga booga, equally effects, and kind of politics. War-torn strife, strategy talks all the time, ooga booga, e-peen, flexing, kind of politics. Sure. So I guess not to engage in like, having to debate it, but more just like, do you think Endwalker then for UV does it a decent enough amount where it doesn't feel like it takes up? Because I would think that like a Garlemald war expansion would still actually successfully balance that out with other attributes as well. So I think like there wouldn't have just been that stuff. I think it would have been a lot of the because I think you would have gone through, like imagine that the cloud cover had disappeared and we went through also all of Ilsabard and we stopped at places like Nalmask and like there was, I think there would be like a great, and we'd stop in Corvos, and Corvos would have been a big part of it, and that would have had a lot of like the Allegan tech stuff. Like I think it would have been I don't think it's like it would have been just like, oh, the Garlemald section of Endwalker 6 times, I mean, like if it was that, then yeah, I understand not liking it this much. Like why you would not like it. I guess I also, one bad expansion would make me want to quit the game too, even if it was like an expansion that didn't work for me. But I hear what you're saying. But yeah, no, just real quick on the Ranjit thing. So obviously we'll talk about it more as we go along. But what confuses me is that like I've seen some of the points about why people like them, but like on a thematic level, it's odd to me because his character is a really solid representation. If you think about the trifecta of villains and what they kind of represent, Shadowbringers, and the way in which they deal with despair and the way in which they're dealing with the world, and then how that reflects against the heroes, I feel like it's Ranjit's great. I think the most cogent argument I've seen some people make is like, oh, he's too strong. But like, I don't know. I just don't feel like that super holds up, especially in the like wake of like the game as a whole, and also how we've seen our characters grow in the face of adversity and struggle with fighting certain people at certain times and get stronger and better, and also like you want people who are like meaningfully a little bit stronger. And it's weird because it's like, it's not like they just tell that Ranjit's stronger. They try to show it, but then people complain about them showing it. But if they had just told it, that also would have been boring. So it's like, I'm not sure what people would have wanted on that end. Yeah, love Ranjit's just like, well, if you hate the villain and they make you mad, then it means they're doing a great job on the villain being a villain. Yeah, absolutely, Raven. Sounds genuinely confused. He's a foil to Thancred. Yeah, he's a foil to Thancred, and he's also a reflection in some ways of Ardbert. Like, very much so. I kind of wonder about his name. Yeah, we got to that. God, the Exarch is such a good character. Something you realize even more post-Shadowbringers watching playthrough again. Yeah. Very could have no doubt. Just had somewhat sour taste in my mouth from Stormblood stuff already. So it was like, here's the whole X back of that. Yeah, I would have been like, Novers. Yeah. Yeah, I think especially coming on the back of Stormblood, I'm even more sympathetic to that. Yeah, the argument of he's too strong is kind of stupid, honestly. Yeah, it just seems... It's not, I don't want to be like, it's stupid. It's just like, it seems odd because then it feels to me like you can't argue. You have to kind of argue that no one should be stronger than the Warrior of Light, ever, unless they're just like some god. In which case, like, yeah, I don't know. Even playing through might have proved it way more interesting. I can just say I would probably not have given it a chance just from exhaustion of it already. Like, maybe come back someday. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'm follow me. There'll also be somebody strong. Yeah. Well, and also, it's like, to me, it's like, there's a difference between, like, utter domination, too, versus, like, stronger than you, okay, need to overcome, also, like, context, and we'll get to that in a second here. I think I want to pay attention to the grievances people have had and see if, like, I feel more akin to some of those as we go through it the second time. Hopefully get a better look at this character with you explaining it in playthrough like this. Hopefully so, Raven. Yes, if your books pertaining to the Warrior of Darkness, I'm afraid most are out on loan at present. They're experiencing quite a surge in popularity. What about the ones about the Oracle of Light? Oh, you wish to learn about the Oracle of Light! Then it would be my pleasure to assist you. After I've finished off some few outstanding tasks, that is. While I attend to them, perhaps you could fetch me the book. The Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light, it's called. Though it's intended for younger readers, it provides an excellent summary of the subject matter, and the artwork is quite lovely besides. I would not hesitate to recommend it to anyone who is interested in learning about Minfilia. But you must see to it yourself. The book should be located on the level below. Should, I say. For while there is a place for everything here, not everything is always in its place, despite my best efforts. In short, the book is not where it should be, it will almost certainly be somewhere it shouldn't. So, good luck! I don't know what's up with my audio balance. Not like on the holistic end, but like in game. Oh, why did background music go back up to 100? It should be at like 80. Or like 75, yeah. So that voices are a little bit louder. Poor Moran, you have my sympathies, yeah. It's so funny, the most fun characters to voice are ones with like odd quirks, whether it's like speaking fast or like upset about books or like coming up with stuff like that is it makes it so much more fun than just like the stress of running a library that big, yeah. The book does not appear to be here. Like, people like him and, fucking, oh, Atelier, help me. Monkman. Not Wittergelt, but blonde Monkman, has a really basic name. Teach you all of the lore. Kind of snarky. Why am I forgetting his name? Just as your eyes begin to blur, they finally come to rest on the copy of the Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light. Speaking of getting stronger, I remember Yoshi B talking about how just raising the level cap from 10 levels with each expansion. No. Part of the monk quest line, you go to him to initiate it. He is the one with the blonde hair, glasses, had the son, the Almegan son. He is Eric. Yes, Eric. It's Eric. Yep, Eric's the one we wanted to watch. Yeah, it's Eric. That is the character. Like, Eric was fun to voice because he was so snarky. Speaking of getting stronger, I remember Yoshi B talking about just how raising the level cap at 10 levels with each expansion going forward from 7.0 will be half-hearted, and that he's looking for... yeah, changes. Yeah, I remember reading that, Ryan, and it's a very interesting conversation. I'd actually be curious what you guys have to say. Especially coming as someone who's spent a lot of time in games like Guild Wars 2, where it was lateral progression for most of the... once you reach max level. I think it's going to be interesting to see what they do with that. Have you found the book? Intended for younger readers. I love that they keep emphasizing that. This tome featuring winsome illustrations tells the beloved tale of the Oracle of Light. They did that for the last book, too. Yes, this is the one! I hope it wasn't too difficult to track down. I'm happy to say I've finished all my pressing tasks. If you want to call your friends over, we can begin learning at once. Without further ado, then. It began 100 years ago, when the flood of light threatened to swallow Norvrant. Just as all seemed lost, a savior appeared who halted the all-consuming radiance, a maiden with hair of spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire.
Naught was known about her, save that her name was Minfilia, and for her delivering the realm, she came to be revered as the Oracle of Light. After stopping the flood, the mysterious maiden vanished without a trace, but 15 years later, her name would unexpectedly reappear in the annals of history. When Sin Eaters laid ruin to the kingdom of Vobert, a young girl was discovered who was immune to the creature's blighted touch. Interesting. Does that mean that the first Minfilia was born of Vobert? And also, Vobert must have been then didn't fall immediately, but fell in the 15 years after. Atelier, I know you know their history better than I do, but... one with hair of spun gold and eyes of clear sapphire, she was hailed as the Oracle Reborn, and came to likewise be called Minfilia. Enlisting in the Yulmorean army, this Minfilia fought and vanquished countless Sin Eaters. Alas, like so many other soldiers, she eventually met her end in battle. Yet with her dying breath, she whispered unto her grieving comrades, Minfilia will return. God, I want to make a pray return joke so bad. And true to her word, some years later another young girl was discovered who possessed the selfsame eyes, that selfsame hair, and those selfsame powers. She took the name Minfilia. She too fought the Sin Eaters as a soldier of Yulmore, and she too fell in battle. Many more were to follow in her footsteps, and so the cycle continues to this day. I would remember that she was a soldier of Yulmore and remember this fate of Minfilia. This is very important. Also, I just love this art style. I love that, like, the Sin Eaters have souls within them, people's, like, faces, like, lost within. Like, oh. And that concludes the tale. By their valor and sacrifice, these women have saved Norvrans on numerous occasions, and were it not for them, we might have never learned of the Light Wardens and their nature. They sound like formidable warriors. Some perhaps. The truth is rather less simple. Though the Oracle is reborn with certain common traits, she does not inherit the memories and the knowledge of her previous incarnations. All of the Minfilias thus far were discovered as ordinary girls, unversed in the ways of war and ignorant of the power they harbored. While some embraced their fate and devoted themselves to training, others did not. But all were made to face the Sin Eaters, and all died to keep our hopes alive. What can you tell us of the current Minfilia? She was found by the Yulmorean army some 10 years ago and taken into their care. Or rather, their custody. She was a prisoner in all but name, for by the time under Lord Thvathri's rule, Yulmore had already abandoned resistance in favor of decadence. Minfilia was an uncomfortable reminder of the war they no longer wished to fight, a potential threat to the peace, and so they kept her under lock and key. So thanks to the Shadowbringers trailer. There's also a short story that talks about the intro to this. The Shadowbringers trailer, though, is the breaking out of Minfilia from Yulmore, when Thancred saved her from being locked under Yulmore. For a long while, we heard nothing more of her. We couldn't even be certain she was alive, save that it was in the Yulmorians' best interest for her to remain under their control, because otherwise she would reincarnate. But then, 3 years ago, a gallant soul stole into the city and rescued her from their clutches, just like the hero from the tales. So that was 3 years ago, that was Thancred. So he had already been on the First for 2 years at that point. Indeed. Well, I believe we now have a good grasp on Minfilia's tale. Thank you for your time, Laurent. Might I trouble you for a word, Elio? Outside. Oh, on Vobert thing, I don't think it's ever been clarified, but I like to believe that the first Minfilia came from Vobert. Of course you do. Of course you do. Oh, you guys are talking about the level thing? Yeah, cool. We'll get to that in a second when we have a moment between cutscenes. As you will have already surmised, the gallant soul who rescued Minfilia was none other than their own dear Thancred. They have since been wandering the land together, never remaining in one place for long, which is why we have not yet had a chance to meet them. We know that Minfilia journeyed here as Hydaelyn's emissary to halt the flood of light. It could only be her that the people of the First witnessed 100 years ago, the original Oracle of Light. But while there's plainly some connection between the woman we knew and her namesake, the fact that these girls do not share her memories must surely mean that they are not the same person. Thancred has to understand that. I have no doubts that he understands. The question is how he feels. Regardless, the Thancred we know would not forsake his charge. If she has been captured, we may be certain he will not stand idly by. There you go again, talking in your roundabout way. If you think we should rescue Minfilia, just spit it out. It just so happens I agree with you. It's quite clear that this Minfilia possesses Hydaelyn's blessing. And it wouldn't hurt to have a second such individual at our side, right, Elio?
So interesting. So Minfilia definitely has the blessing of light, but she doesn't have the echo. Which may be part of why she can't be used as the vessel. Interesting. They may have say more on this as we go. Quite.
I see you made up your minds. Exarch, what brings you here? A report and a proposal. First, the report. Our scouts have confirmed that the Yulmorian forces at Lax and Loft do indeed have Minfilia in their custody. For the present, they are holding her there, but we can be certain they will move her to Yulmore ere long. Should that happen, we may be forced to give her up as lost. So if we mean to act, then we should do so quickly. Which brings me to my proposal. I ask that you entrust this undertaking to us, the people of the Crystarium.
I love some kind of Paragon level system post 100. Yeah, I'm torn on that. It super depends on how you do something like a Paragon level. Like, especially I don't want it like how 11 did it. But like, I would honestly prefer something more like how Guild Wars 2 does it, because it's such a lateral form of like, and like new interesting things in the world to engage with, or like, oh hey, there's a system where every level you get after 100, you get a Sky Shard thing that allows you to buy, you can buy stuff with it or something like that. But that's something similar that happened when they got to level 100. Their solution was a level squish, and now the cap is 70. Yeah, they've been squishing and squishing and squishing. The other thing, though, that's worth remembering is that, like, WoW has never dealt with, like, its past content becoming irrelevant as well, whereas 14 does, which doesn't really help with leveling, but it does mean that, like, there's more to engage with even at different levels. The issue of long-running MMO, sadly, I never had an issue with levels being changed. It's the stat squish that usually got messed up, going from being able to solo things to not after one, yeah. There's Paragon levels, possibly job point levels, or possibly level crunch. I think level crunch, at the very least for ARR, is a good solution. I mean, I shouldn't say a good solution. I would, in theory, like it, because, like, okay, now, you know, ARR is, like, 20 levels. Means that, like, there's much more room to, like, rejigger the, like, old dungeons to be more interesting combat-wise. So, like, you would do, like, 1 to 20 over the course of ARR, and then it's, like, 20 to 30 for Heavensward, 30 to 40 for Stormblood, 40 to 50 for on and on and on. I mean, that really just prolongs the issue, but I would like that, just because I think that'd be one way also to deal with the fact that, like, combat isn't that interesting for the first 50 levels. I hope they don't level squish, but I suppose it's an option. Yeah, I'm sure you said why later, but I'll definitely be here interested to hear that. Yeah, I was kind of stressed and WoW with how high level cap before I lowered it. It wasn't like 120. Yeah, I got pretty crazy. Also love the art style scene. Yeah, I do not remember the mural of Minfilia. Yeah, it's a whole, yeah. Squish to 50 for Shadowlands for, yeah. So no joke, my first thought was when it came to this part of the game, first time with Minfilia reveal was that she was an analog to Elia, the Maiden of Water from FF3. That is a call I did not think of, but yeah, I see why. Level cap is 99, not 100. Just feel like we would be keeping to the theme. So remember that, like, not all. So Final Fantasy games have both used 100 and 99 in equal measure. So we've seen both, and especially in recent Final Fantasy, we've seen 100 a lot more. And they also confirmed that we're doing 100. Yeah, it would. Yeah, make everyone switch. Yeah. Not only were circumstances of the world very similar, but even by design. I certainly think Minfilia is reference to Elia. Well, let's pull up Elia. Elia FF3. Oh, I haven't looked at her in the, here, I'm pulling up so you guys can see it too. I haven't looked at her in the, remake version of her. Yeah, I totally see what you're talking about. Yeah, I think you're totally onto something there, Tillier. Level of being 99 gets a primo RuneScape jokes. I mean, it makes sense, like, cause like a lot of old Final Fantasies didn't have a 3 digits place, so like you would for like levels, and they wanted to save like data. So it only went up to 99. Oh, about the Vobert thing. Oh yeah, we talked about that. I find that rather fucked up. I really do. Don't know what you're referring to, Yukio.
You are doubtless eager to attempt Minfilia's rescue, and with your combined strength, you may well succeed. But as I said earlier, I do not wish to show our hand unless absolutely necessary.
Let's go, boys!
'Twas not merely the night sky that you restored to us, but hope. Hope for the future of Norvrand. Unlike you, we cannot contend with the Light Wardens, but so long as hope burns in our hearts, we will fight on regardless. This I will prove to you.
I do love this, because it's so important to explain that it's not just us saving them, it's us giving them a chance to fight back.
I thank you for gathering at such short notice. There is something I would ask you all. As many of you are aware, I received an emissary from Yulmore a short while ago in the form of General Ranjit. To my dismay, the General condemned the slaying of the Light Warden, and warned me in no uncertain terms that, should the Crystarium cast its lot with the Warrior of Darkness, there would be war. Let none be mistaken. We would be hard-pressed indeed to resist the might of Yulmore. Some would even call it suicide. And yet my heart cries out to fight. Better that than relinquish the hope that swelled in my breast when I beheld the night sky for the first time in 100 years. Or so says my heart. My mind, meanwhile, reminds me that to follow my heart would be to risk everything we have accomplished thus far. Clearly, this is not a decision to be made lightly, nor less alone. And so I put the question to you all. What should we do?
My lord, you already know our minds. It brought tears to our eyes to witness the knight's return. The whole of Norvrand deserves the same, and not just because some children's story tells us so.
Yulmore's influence is far-reaching. Should war break out, trade would be subject to restrictions. The flow of goods will dry up, and we will struggle to make do with what little trickles through. But make do, we will.
Aye, we can weather such hardships. Is that not the very thing the Crystarium was built for? We have always taken pride in our ability to sustain ourselves. Not just to endure, but to thrive.
When all falls down around you, rise up. Those were your words. There may come a day when all hope seems lost, but even should the rest of the world give in to despair, we shall not. We shall fight on, that our children and our children's children might know a better tomorrow.
Rousing words apart, I never much cared for those Yulmoran bastards anyway. No better than common swindlers, most of them. Wouldn't know a fair deal if it came up and kissed them on the arse.
Trust you to spoil the moment.
It appears we have a consensus. Let it be known that the Yulmoran host at Laxon Loft has taken the Oracle of Light captive. They fear the power she holds over the Sin Eaters, and doubtless intend to imprison her once more. So, I move that we rescue the Oracle, grant her a place among us, and let that be our answer to Yulmore's ultimatum.
Hear, hear!
Hear, hear!
I think it's actually an important moment for the twins, too, seeing leadership
In
like
planning a strategy for the rescue, I open the floor to you all.
I don't think I would have noticed that as much.
And there you have it. If Yulmore wishes to denounce us as villains, then we shall embrace our villainy. Will you do so as well?
We will not be outdone. Consider us your partners in crime.
My lord, our proposal is as follows. We begin by deploying Amaro to occupy the skies over Lakeland. They should serve
Battle
to delay the
Amaro?
airship's departure.
Battle Amaro.
At the same time, we scatter dream powder from the air. Not all will
Right.
succumb to its effects, but it should thin the enemy's numbers, affording us an opening to swoop in and liberate the Oracle.
Tactics.
Very good. See to your preparations.
And what exciting crimes would you have us commit? Speaking for my fellow villains, I'd say we're capable of most things, though we draw the line at indolence.
I did not catch that in the past. We draw the line at indolence. Oh my god. Fucking go, Alice. Carry your
If
grandfather's
excitement
spirit.
is your desire, then I bid you join the guard. Captain Lena will give you your orders.
Louis Sois would be proud. Okay, let me catch up on you guys real quick. Most of the level squish, which caused a lot of problems constantly. Yeah, so the thing is, the level squish, so like think about the level squish that we had just recently at the beginning of Endwalker, right? With 6.0, we had a major level squish, and honestly, the only thing that I found that's been a particularly big problem, the only place I've seen to be a problem, is really near the near raids. I think they don't match up quite well, quite right. But, you know, like, for the most part, it made things a little bit harder across the board, but in a way that I think was better for the game's health, honestly. Because, like, you can still unsync and still kill everything fine, but it now feels... some things that really shouldn't have felt face roll easy felt like a minor challenge then, you know? So I think it could actually be potentially even a good thing. And I also think that they could modulate that somewhat in the numbers a little bit. But, I think the other thing is you could look at, so like think about it this way, right? With like not, because they're always going to value old concepts, so they wouldn't get rid of that. But like let's say you take a Realm Reborn and you make it 20, you make something like Sastasha like level like 6 or 7, and then instead of doing okay, it's like these 3 are 111, right? You make those all like 666, and then Haltalia is 7, Thousand Rock is 8, Hawk Manor is 9, Brave Flocks is 10. You know, like. Sunken Temple is 11, like literally one every level basically, right? And it would be a lot. You could because even the ARR is already kind of like all over the place with its levels in terms of the order they go in. It's not the consistency that we get with like Heaven's Word and later. So you could still keep the like 51 to 53 to 60 like for everything else. But also it still pushes it down because if they only ever want to max out at 100, that only does what? Like that's minus 30 levels? So that still only buys us 3 expansions. So what, 6 years effectively? I guess probably closer to 7 or 8 years. You don't need Raven, but when you I never played the past FF games. I really need to. You don't need to, but I would say it's worth it. I would say if like you're pressed for time or don't want to play all of them, just look for the ones that most interest you, or recommendations from people you trust. I'm planning on getting many of them on Steam Deck going on Low Road Trip the year, so I'll need something to keep me busy. Here's the other thing: 1 through 5 are all very short. I mean, 4 and 5 are a little bit longer, but 1 through 3 are pretty freaking short, especially 1 and 2. But like, they're not all of them are super, super long. So getting through the classics would be pretty quick. 7's a bit longer. What I would say for 7, honestly, is genuinely consider playing the mobile version that they're going to release. They're releasing a mobile version that's like an updated graphics thing that you probably can also emulate on the Steam Deck, frankly, when it comes out. And that might be a lot better to play because the current version, the thing is 7 Remake is not actually a remake, so you need to frankly play the original 7 before you play 7 Remake, because 7 Remake's really more of a sequel than it really is a remake in some ways. And so it's weird, but also they never really released a really good way to play old actual 7 other than this new mobile thing that they're releasing. But also the mobile thing looks pretty good, so I would definitely check that out. Yeah. You don't need to, but it's a fun idea. You'll appreciate the games with much more. Yeah, there'll be touches here and there that you'll definitely appreciate all the more for it. Really hope you enjoyed them all. Oh, right, thanks. Yeah, join our YouTube channel for low price of not much a month. You get custom emojis, special badges, and the more fuzzy feeling supporting favorite archivists. And it makes sure that I don't have to stress during tax season. Run around in circles and scream. Yeah, I always love that part because he includes them in decision making. Yeah, it's so like. I just want to talk about this because I know we're taking a break from the thing right now, but like, to me, there's a really big difference in narrative storytelling in general, but I think also in 14 as a whole, between Warrior of Light comes in and saves everyone, and Warrior of Light gives people a chance to save themselves. I think there are times when it's okay to have Warrior of Light just be the quintessential hero, right? But I think it's so much more powerful in general, not always, because I don't think it's like one's just straight stronger, but to be the thing that allows people to save themselves. And in Shadowbringers as a whole, it's not just that you're the Messiah come here to save everyone, and you're gonna do it all. It's you give them a fighting chance, and they will also stand for themselves. And I think that's really important, delineation between that and you came in and you just did everything. People need something to believe in, so sometimes you have to give them a fighting chance for them to feel like they can really make a difference. Yep, it really shows that good leader XR is why the people love respect him. Yep. If you pick to play a Warrior of Light of any reflection of the source, which reflection would you choose or default to the source? I'm not going to play as the first. We don't know what the 13th is, and we don't know any of the other Warrior of Lights on the other reflections or what they were like other than the 1st and 13th. So, we don't even know the Warrior of Light on the 13th like, but we'd also we know what the 13th is like. I think we default to the source because we just don't know about the other reflections, That's tough since we haven't seen it on the other reflections. Yeah, we just don't know about the other reflections to know, oh, if there's a reflection that's loosely based off of Final Fantasy X, would I be into that? Hell yeah, but we don't know. Yeah, we will see other reflections in time. It's just a matter of time. It's absolutely a good learning opportunity for them. Oh, I think so too. We just don't know them yet. Yeah. Gridania's home for period. Yeah. Yeah, laughing at the Ali State line from earlier. It'll be the 13th for me. I've always had interest in most of the other reflections. Yeah. Some good to see you. Glad to have you. I missed this my first time. Amazing. Yeah, there's so many little things. There's so many little things that you're paying attention to other things in 14 that are in there, little lines like that you need to know Louis Soir, you need to know that stuff, but it also becomes more resonant later, so then when you've resonated with later, you come back, you realize there were touches already. So there's so many things that are being built up or set up or prepped or nodded to not just in an expansion, but in multiple expansions prior. Kiku, good to see you, glad to have you. Alice is always with the clap back, yeah. Boba prior to the flood, prior to Jafar. Near Jafar to wherever you are. Hope you're well doing. Yeah, I hope you're doing great, Kigu. 1 is super short. You can literally finish within a week just playing casually. Oh, you could finish 1 within a sitting, no problem. If you sat down for 8 hours, you could easily 1 is short. 1 is really, really short. Remake is very wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. Yeah, it's just straight AU. Well, yeah. Yeah. Before I get laid off from my job, my coworker was a huge FF fan and kind of made a must-play list for me. He said 2 wasn't good, but I still might play it. So, Raven, there's a lot of people who think that. I think he's wrong. I think 2 is actually quite good. I think it's actually, if between 1, 2, and 3, 2 might be my favorite. I feel like people say 2 isn't any good, but I also hear that from a lot of people who have never played 2, and I think they're just parroting. I don't want to say that that's the case here. I don't know the guy, but like a lot of times that happens. But the reason people don't like 2 is that its combat system is like lets you break it, which I find much more entertaining than the other turn-based games where you don't like have as many interesting things that you can do or break it in interesting ways. Yeah.
So you'll be joining the guard then. But however highly the expert thinks of you, you'll receive no special treatment from him. Is that clear? Where's your salute, soldier? Better. More spirited than the Exarch's feeblest attempts, certainly. Now, first things first, you'll need uniforms. Go to the crystalline mine and report to Catalyst. She'll see your measure and fit it.
Do we have time to do this? Should we be going to go save? Oh, Tracy, go ahead and go to bed. Okay, have a great night. FF2 is okay, just leveling system is weird. I like the leveling system in it way more than, like, because FF1 is just straight boring. There's nothing interesting about its leveling system whatsoever. FF2 is at least interesting. It's weird, but it's interesting, which means it's fun. Final Fantasy 1 is not particularly fun to play because of its combat mechanics, and FF3 isn't much better. FF3 is a little bit better because of the job mechanics, and frankly, I actually enjoy the remake a little bit more for, like, the fighting, because there's actually a little bit more going on. But I also like have a thing with turn-based where if a turn-based game isn't interesting, it doesn't have something interesting with its turn-based combat, I'm bored out of my mind with it. Like Paper Mario, for instance, you have the active time stuff, right? Or Final Fantasy IV, you have the ATB, right? You like at least there's a little bit of something. Yeah, I tried playing 1 without a guy. I was kind of bad at it. Whoops, I should go back, but not like emulate it this time, so the graphics and stuff. Well, so what I would also say is, okay, I mean not to well. Actually, to shamelessly self-promote, remember that me and Naniri played all of FF1, so if you just want to watch it be played, you can also go watch it. It's there's a playlist of it. And we'll be finishing up FF2 as soon as Naniri's has time. FF1, honestly, you can just, like, look up. There's barely any story. Like, FF1, I don't want to say is skippable. Like, if you're trying to do a completionist run and want to play all of them, go for it. But it's kind of skippable.
Ah, and there's the last of them. Your friends are being measured as we speak. Right, this way. We'll see to you you look dashing and best for your first outing.
Oh yeah, V got me. Thanks, V. I honestly like how the game is programmed. I'd tell you I'm with you. I like to. I think it's weird and it's broken, but in a fun way. It's very slight on story. It's very slight on story.
Done, are you? Let's have a look at those numbers. I see. Okay. Well, that's rather large for a backside, but how goes it? Sorry, Captain. I'm afraid we don't have anything on hand that's ready to fit that large-ass donk. Sorry. But we do have a few that are fairly close. We should be able to make them work with some minor adjustments. Very well. See to it, and have the uniforms delivered directly to the field. I should take this opportunity to brief you on the mission.
I'm using Elsa, it's not like he has a large ass.
As mentioned earlier, we will deploy Amaro to scatter dream powder from the air. Once the powder takes effect, an elite unit will storm the fortress to rescue the Oracle. Her safe liberation is our sole objective. Engagement is to be avoided where possible. I assume we are to be part of said unit. Correct. This unit will be divided into 2 contingents, one deploying from Fort John, the other from the Hostile Imperative. You and Alfino will join the farm. Irio, meanwhile, will join the latter with me.
Oh, that's interesting. I guess, in a way, Lakeland has a soft part 2. Well, I guess there's also one... Wow, there's another thing later.
Before you proceed to your positions, your reports at Chasmil at Spigarakis? She'll issue a serum with word off the effects of dream powder. We shall be on our way then. Take care, my friend. We will see you on the field. It's quite far to the Imperative, so you may make use of the armory for the roguery, after you've collected the serum, of course.
I'm being a little hyperbolic with what I'm about to say, Raven, but imagine that you were watching Star Wars, but the only story you got was the opening crawl. That's kind of FF1. Like, I'm being a little hyperbolic, but not much. I'm currently playing the FF1 Pickle Remaster, but I modded it in the SNES soundtrack and changed the text font to be the same as the FF original style. Nice. Yeah, I flip-flop between I want to be a completionist, play every game, and I'm too lazy busy to actually do any of these. I'll watch someone else play it. Okay, here's the thing. Don't take what I'm about to say to heart because everyone's going to have different tastes. These are just what I would recommend. Of the classics, so here's the thing. If you care about playing them because of 14, of the first 6, the most important 2 are 3 and 5, frankly. Actually, in these days, 3, 5, and 4 are the most important. 6, don't get me wrong, 6 is great, and 6 is important, and there's raw references to 6, and there's like the Magitech and stuff, but like if I had to pick, 3, 5, I guess 3, 5, 4, and 6 are all worth your time. You can kind of skip, you can skip out on 1 and 2. You know what, let me just like 14 reference version. Skip out, you can do 3 through 6, you should do, if you care about for 14. 7, you can kind of skip out on. 8, I mean, is kind of worth it because of Gunbreaker stuff, but really, even then, you can kind of skip out on 8. 9 is worth doing because there's quite a few 9 things that are tied into some places somewhere. 10 is absolutely worth doing. I mean, one, just because of how good it is, but also there's a lot of 10 stuff that pops up here and there. I'm also biased. 11, absolutely worth playing because of the amount of 11 stuff that ends up in 14. Not like narratively necessarily, but just like in world stuff. 12, 1,000% because of how much they love Matsuno. So there's a lot of 12 stuff that ends up, if not narratively, again, just like world building things. 13, you can probably skip out on. 14, well, if you want to understand 14, you should probably play 14, admittedly. But I mean, you can probably, it's up to you whether you want to do that or not. 15, you can skip out on. So it's really 3 through 6, 10, 11, 12. And I mean, arguably 9. Honestly, there are a couple 8 things. It's hard, right? There are little things all throughout, but like, it's if you need ones to skip. Frankly, you could probably skip 10 even for like Anima. The thing is, understanding Anima, I think actually does add a lot to when you get to him in Endwalker. So, but yeah. Tam, good to see you. Glad to have you.
Yes, sweetie. Is there something you need? Oh, one of the guard came for your dram earlier. Here you go. A dose of this will keep you firmly in the waking world, while your enemies are off in dreamland. Now, if this is your first time, I should warn you, it's Beatrice. Prince's Kiss, they call it. If you ask me, it should be Crone's Kiss. Just aside, if the stuff is really is foul, most people gag, like there's no tomorrow. But if you don't drain every last drop, you're liable to end up taking a trip to dreamland yourself, so I must ask you to drink it all here. And now, while I watch, come on, give the old Crone a kiss. Well done, sweetie. I'm proud of you. Well, if I didn't know any better, I'd even say you enjoyed it. And now, if you don't need, now you needn't fear falling asleep on the battlefield. Just have care you don't lose any limbs out there. All right? They don't tend to grow back.
FF9 is the best PS1 era FF game. FF9 is the one I would most easily recommend. FF7 has aged really poorly in a lot of ways. Like, in ways that, like, you can get your head around. It's kind of like recommending people to play the original Baldur's Gate, like, just vanilla. It's like, there are aspects that its age really has hampered it in really meaningful and strong ways. If you want my recommendations for my favorite FFs, between 1 through 6, my favorite is 4. But like 6 is broadly, I think, seen as the best of them. But my favorite is 4. But 4 and 6, I think, were typically, if you had to pick between, it would be the choices there between the first original 6. For the PS1 era, 8 is super flawed and super flawed, but is really interesting and almost needs a remake as much or more than 7 at this point. 7's worth replaying. 7's worth playing, especially if you want to play the remake. Actually, let me put it this way. If you want to play FF7 remake, I would say playing the original 7 is mandatory. Effectively. 9's worth playing, 8's worth playing. 8 I can say you can skip unless it seems really interesting to you, because mechanically it's all broken in not a good way, and also it's like, yeah, 8's kind of a mess, but is a really interesting game. 9's really good. 10, I can overwhelmingly say it's my favorite single-player Final Fantasy game, so 10 I would highly recommend. 11, I haven't played really that much, so I can't recommend it one way or another, but it is important in terms of, like, understanding certain things. It also has old MMO, not issues so much, but, like, shows its age. 12 is, I really, really like 12. Its story is kind of messy, but if you think about it as a 5-act structure and it's basically a Shakespearean Star Wars, it makes a lot more sense and functions a lot better. The other thing I would say is think about playing it like it's an offline MMO, and it makes so much more sense. 13 is deeply flawed, but actually I think I've come to love 13 a lot more. 13.2 is excellent. 13.2 is excellent, and I think it's genuinely worth playing all 13, even if just to play 13.2. And like, I would say it's worth playing it to play both, to make 13.2 even better. Lightning Returns is a hot mess, and I recommend you don't play it. Even with how 13.2 ends. 14 is worth playing, well, I don't know. And 14 is kind of skippable, frankly. 15 is a hot mess, but it's trying. But it's kind of a hot mess. Yes, what do you require? An Amaro? An Amaro to take you to the Imperative, eh? As much as I would like to oblige, all our mounts are reserved for the coming operation. I fear you will have to go by foot. But wait, there might be another way, assuming you are willing to lend a hand. Oh my god, are they really gonna make me do a quest before Dude, let's save the fucking Oracle of Light! I was about to deliver an Amaro to Radiskas from Arund, one of the locations whence the beast would fly for the operation. The tower lies along the route to the Imperative. It near enough is good enough for you. You may make delivery in my stead. Very good. I shall ready the Amaro for departure at once. How much? Did you get World for your standard JRPG in the 80s? FF1? Yeah, I mean, for its time, it's not bad. Radisca's round is north and west. You can take the road or you can fly. It is up to you. Upon arriving, make yourself known to the sentry and she will give you further instructions. If you should become separated from the Amaro, worry not. The beasts are trained to return to the rookery. That is all. Go well. I'm making pancakes while you stream. Nice, Yukio. Okay, what have I missed so far? I'm sure someone has elaborated for you. Well, more interesting than Dragon Quest 1, at least. Yeah. If you want an actual recommendation for an old FF game, start with 9. Just play it, so good. Yeah, of the pre-PS2 era, if I had to only recommend one, it depends on if you like pixel games or not, and it depends on how you feel about turn-based. If I could only recommend one, I might recommend 7 just because of its importance and like the amount of things that you can play if you play the original 7. You'll enjoy games like Crisis Core, Remake, a bunch of other games, but on its own merits, 9's probably the one I would recommend. Oh, you're delivering the Amaro to us? I'm afraid there's been a change of plans. We've already have beasts, all the beasts we required here. Instead, this one is going to the Imperative to the west. Please see to its handler duly, Cecile Vathru. If you encounter trouble along the path, return here and I'll set you right ways. Okay, might just rewatch you play then. If it seems like something I'd like, then I'll play it myself. Yeah, I would say definitely do that. Like, even if you just watch the first episode, it'll give you a good idea of what the, like, first Final Fantasy is like. It just super also depends on, like, what you're willing to put up with. Because if you're willing to put up with something for the sake of, like, playing it as it, knowing what it was like when it came out, like, it depends on what value you're looking to get out of it. I don't think playing Final Fantasy 1 is fun to play. And frankly, mechanically, I'm not sure 1 through 9 I particularly find fun. I think they're more or less enjoyable as they go along. But, like, I don't know that mechanically I find them that fun. But that also depends on how you feel about turn-based combat in general. At last, the Amaro. My thanks, friend. You may leave the beast with me. Say, I don't believe I know you. Did you join the guard recently? Ah, so that's the way of it. Well, you managed to arrive, and that's all that matters in the end. I bid you welcome to Yastel Imperative, one of our key strongholds in Lakeland. The first thing you want to do is report to the captain. You'll find her at the lookout across the way. 12 is my fave. I tried playing through 10 at the moment, but man, it really wants me not. Because it's issues, or are you just not enjoying it? I also have FF9 is one of the best RPG ever, and yes, I'm highly biased here. I mean, that's how I feel about 10, so I'm not. I can also imagine someone coming to 10 though, playing something like Persona 5, right, or like current RPGs, and feel like, oh, it just feels kind of dated to them. So But the world building and the characterization in the game, I'm a huge fan of, and the level of like quality of voice acting in it for a game that is almost 25 years old is wild. It's almost a quarter of a century old, and it's modern, basically modern level voice acting.
So it seems that rather than the Amaro delivering you, you delivered the Amaro. I'll not thank you. I'll expect all my soldiers to make themselves useful. Speaking of which, I have a task for you.
I want to make sure, is this better than my current equipment?
In readiness for the operation, the Amaro will need to treat it with the same serum as us. As you well know, however, it is not pleasant. In order to coax them from taking it, we'll have sprinkled it on their fodder. All that remains is to feed them. A task I am sure you will enjoy. Fetch the fodder from the Amaro launch and see to the 4 beasts. Dismissed.
Man, what a taskmaster we got. I already know the full story of 15. I watched a boyfriend play it, actually. I was so happy when I got the car in 14. Nice! Raven, the other thing I'll say, too, is if you felt that way about 15, I would say 15 is one of the, if not the most messy story of the mainline Final Fantasies. And so if you enjoyed it, I mean, to be fair, it has some really high highs in it as well. But if you enjoyed it, I probably no other of the like story or narrative issues that the other mainline Final Fantasies have are going to bother you. Like 13 probably won't bother you. 8 wouldn't bother you. Even 7 has, I think, some problems. And I think part of the reason it has problems is mostly to do, though, with its technical limitations making it difficult to convey the story. Amaro happy devours the fodder. Huh. Doesn't seem to mind it. 8 is kind of an intermediate entry to go into if you already have played a few FF games in your belt. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's fair because it plays off of old systems and introduces something new with the junction system, and the junction system is not super intuitive and is broken in good and bad ways. God, an 8 remake would be amazing. I really hope they do an 8 remake. That game deserves it. It really does. Like 9, I really don't think needs one in order to shine. I think everything that's good about 9 still is good about 9. Squeak, squeak. Yeah, Amaro absentmindedly munches on the fodder. But yeah, 7 and 8 could use it. I don't think the pixels need them that much. And I think like they are, in a sense, Stranger of Paradise is, I mean, it's not a remake of 1, but it's kind of a remake of 1. Welcome to Final Fantasy stream, which is actually about Final Fantasy for a change. Ray, must you throw shade at me? That's so accurate. I also miss a lot of the FF games. 8 is a mechanical mess. It's kind of a mechanical mess. You're not wrong. Amaro reveals the smell, but accepts the fathers nonetheless. FF12's world is just so good, honestly. Yeah! I just wish that they made the narrative pacing and, like, focused a little bit less on the world building at times and a little bit more on the characters. Because I don't think they do enough of that.
The Amaro are fed. Good. The rest have already been dosed, so we need not fear any of our mounts succumbing to the dream powder. All units are now entered the final stage of the preparations. The time is nigh. Make ready at the awaited deployment atop the main watchtower. I will send your uniform along as soon as it arrives. That is all. May night smile upon us.
I got a couple hours into 12 and had to stop. How come? The other thing I would say it's in general for pretty much every Final Fantasy, like maybe not 15, every Final Fantasy you need to give a couple hours. Like frankly, just there is no Final Fantasy that starts super duper strong in terms of like mechanical complexity or any of them. Just none of them. Not a single one. Like some of them narratively starts with bigger or lesser bangs, like 10 and 12 have really good starts narratively. But if ever your quandary is like, this doesn't seem that interesting gameplay wise, like every single one needs a little bit of time to get going. Even 14. FF favorite game is really such a divisive combo even when suggesting in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, well, that's why you can caveat favorites, right? Like which ones we think are favorites. Saying one is best, well, I mean, like you can even, I think there are realms in which you can say certain ones are better. I think there's also realms in which you could be like, hey, if you have specific metrics, you can make more specific recommendations. So if someone says, I don't really like 3D real-time combat, or I don't really like pixel graphics, you know, then you can make more there are just objectively then ones that you can recommend more specifically or less specifically. But it definitely depends on what people's preferences are. Don't you know, the more dire the circumstances, the more time you have to run errands. Let's all play the scheduled June 22nd release for 16 stays that way. I think it will. I mean, the level to which Yoshi P is good on time planning means, like, the fact that Endwalker got pushed back at all was shocking. You know? We'll be going to bed. Night, Nightwing! Sorry I didn't get you to do a good night. I'm still trying to hone my pancake flipping skills. FF7 has a lot of cultural cachet that you will miss a lot of references elsewhere if you skip. Honestly, the cultural cachet of 7 has weakened in time. But there are things. But I would also say there are things of the others that are just as relevant. With 10, I haven't gotten far enough to say whether I'm enjoying it or not, but why so much water combat? Damn, I get video game hydrophobia. Oh, right. So that super decreases as a function of time. There'll be much of less of that. There'll still be some of it, but much less of it outside of the beginning. 7 and 10 are my tops because of their story themes, personally. Yeah, I always suggest them. My only problem with 7 is that I've seen so many people bounce off of it and get a really negative taste for Final Fantasy in their mouth because of the technical limitations of 7. The operation is about to commence. Stand ready. Okay, I'm going to catch up on you guys first, and then we're going to start. Actually, we missed one of my favorite FF games, Mystic Quest. Well, I'm not talking about spin-offs. I'm just talking about mainline, because you can get into a whole fucking thing if you start talking about FF spin-offs, like Crystal Chronicles, all that stuff. Do a super chat. Do a super chat. Make the other super chat. It's in the verse, because I'm not happy. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. And right now, we're trying to get a Naniri doll, like a little figurine, like we have with the Elia one back there. Because I'm hoping to someday, I may just end up paying out of pocket to get one for each of the mods and each of the people who are part of T. The other thing though is I'm thinking that I might want to get a VTuber model made for the future. So that might be our next thing. You can do whatever you like to 14. 14 does not need a remake, or 9 does not need a remake. It's good the way it is, and I'm just very fearful for seeing a remake of it. Why? I mean, the original would still be there. And also, like, I mean, there are the people who've done proof of concepts for them have actually been pretty interesting, and there's been a lot of fan support behind them. Going back to my coworker, I once was about to mention I like the story of 15, but he started going into 10-minute rant about how much he hated it, so I just stayed silent, all embarrassed. Oh, I'm sorry, Raven. I don't hate 15's story. I think 15's story is super messy. I think it fails to have, I think there's many holes in it, and there's a lot of moments that just don't connect. I think everything with the bros themselves is wildly successful, but I think the actual primary plot does a poor job of conveying it. But if it works for you, that's great. I'd much rather it work for you than it not work for everyone. Just adding a voice acting alone to the game would just get rid of so much of the expression and the emotion a lot of the scenes dialogue had to me. Interesting. Whereas for me, I personally, and a lot of people, it actually, just having text can remove that for me, Atelier, so. I forget my narrative problems in 12 because combat system too good, and I love it. Yeah, the combat system is also divisive for 12. I love it too, but yeah. Sucks hearing someone complain that they didn't like anything you like, yeah. Oh, can I program my AI? Yes, please, forever, you fucking coder. It sucks a lot, Raven, to deal with that, but gamers are characters. That's why I try not to be too dismissive of stuff, like tactics, right? Like, I don't love tactics, but I like hearing why people love tactics, because I'd rather try to get to a place where I can appreciate it more rather than just be like, it's garbage, you know? FF12 just sort of like felt like it was trying to be an offline MMO. Sam, I don't know if you were there. Literally, that's exactly what I said. If you think about it like an offline MMO, 12 makes a ton of sense. Or an action RPG. I don't think it's trying to be an action RPG at all, because its battle system isn't an action RPG system, and it didn't do it very well. I think it does. I think if you think of it as an offline MMO, I do think it does that actually quite well. I think the problem is it doesn't explain that that's how you should think about it, particularly. It was mainly the hate in his tone that made me stay silent. Yeah, sorry, Ruben. It caused me to shut down emotionally when that stuff happens. Yeah. It becomes hard. It can be hard. I was looking for something very different in the game it was giving me. I just straight up bounced off of it. Much less water combat, except all the blitzball. VTuber or PNG tube model? I don't know the difference. Brian, ooh, a VTuber model for yourself would be awesome. Maybe we should change the funding goal to that. I also really liked Arden as a villain. He was creepy and fun. My problem is Arden is like, not a poor man's Emmett Selk, but what would happen if you did Emmett Selk but poorly conveyed his background, especially in the vanilla version of it, Raven, because like they added a bunch of content after the fact to like explain his motivations, But if you like take out the content that's added, Arden just comes out of nowhere. His motivations aren't very clear, like until he like just explicitly says them right at the end. But then it also doesn't feel like it. You don't feel like you understand why, or I very much didn't. So like I think Arden is not that his character. He's creepy, he's charismatic, he's all those things. But what if you did a poor job executing on a concept like MSQ? I have a keychain on my bag too. Nice, Raven. And I don't think that's Arden's fault. I don't think Arden is bad or necessarily poorly written. But if you only have 40% of a character's arc, right? It doesn't matter how well that 40% is written. You can't make up for the fact that it feels like there's holes in what's going on. Oh, yeah. No, actual VTuber model, not just a PNG 2 model with the mouth. Yeah. Okay, proceeding. Let's get this going. Oh my god. I've been going slow today. Wait, what? Arden's what? What? Arden's a better of it? What? Okay. I'd love to see what that argument
Keep
was.
moving.
Sorry, I don't mean to be like. That was very dismissive of me to laugh, but just like, okay, you want to say he's as good at him?
Now?
I don't agree, but like, better? Better? Okay. Armaro to the rescue!
The Crystarium at a guess. Desperate fools. It'll take more than a handful of overgrown lizards to ground us.
It's a good thing that Bling's not here, otherwise he'd say, you're not sorry, you're Elio. Oh god, now I'm channeling Bling. Oh god, don't tell him.
You're gonna be... Sound the alarm!
Excuse me, they're birds. I mean, they're kind... I mean, they're feathered, but there's a little bit of reptilian going on there, you know? I feel it. A little bit. Also, think about the history of avians. You know, avians evolved from where they evolved from. I mean, I guess that's not really how it works on the source of reflections. Ooh, Elio looking good in the Crystarium armor. Oh, looking good. Why Elzen look so good in so many of the outfits? It's not even fair. Y'all don't even stand a chance.
Captain, the powder has taken effect.
It is time. Let us free the Oracle from their clutches.
God damn it, Bling! Who added you? Who messaged you on Discord? Which one of you was it? Interesting, they look a little more gray in this scene. I see the gray now a little bit more. And we also checked into the language. The word they use in Japanese is Hairo? Is it Hairo? I forget what gray is. I think it's Hairo. But they use the term gray in Japanese. They don't use green. You've been here this whole time? God damn. He's just waiting for his moment. Dude, the powder in the air is so beautiful, like little sakura petals, almost. The first contingent has already entered. Let us follow. There you are, Elio. Mayhap you could lend us a hand? Reinforcements! We need reinforcements! My men will occupy the enemy while we rescue the Oracle. Lead them to us! Come, we'll keep them close to the wall. This way?
They're here! To arms! To arms! Damn it. Let us make this quick. You certainly took your time. Let's get a path through this rabble and keep moving. Your zeal is admirable, sister, but we were to avoid enemy attention, not invite it. Hey, that's also she used rabble like she does in the Endwalker trailer. Did he just use a Ronkin spell? That's interesting. We did not have time. Lead them to the guard. Yulmore may boast the world's largest army. But woman for woman, we are no less mighty. Intruders! Stop them! Yeah, not again.
Leave this to me.
Ronkin fire. Yeah, they are using Ronkin spells. Interesting. Crystarium scum! I love that they retroactively added these nameplates for every battle in the game. It's not just like one expansion. This is no token force. They were serious about invading.
Let's give them a show.
If you can stand, you can fight. Push them back. There are still more standing than I would have liked. But we must press on regardless. The longer we take, the harder our task will become.
We're not alone.
We don't seem to be getting anywhere, Captain. Elio, Lena, go on ahead. We'll hold them here. Understood. With me, Elio. The way is relatively clear. Good. I wonder if there's like really anything super interesting that any of these guys say. No, doesn't seem like it. There she is. Quickly, free her. Yeah, probably Summit. I'm assuming it's just because Lena. Thank you. Are you from the Crystarium? Correct. We've come to rescue you because I am fucking Luke Skywalker of the Era form. Your weapons, made to the same specifications as tank blades. Be ready to use them. Understood. Please lead the way. I will rage forever until we get the Obsidian Moonstone Carbuncle. Yeah. Tam, you, and everyone else. I don't even care to use them that much, but I want them for everybody else. Let us rejoin the others and quit this place. Yeah. All of this because of me? I'm so sorry. Save your apologies until after we've escaped. It's quiet. Too quiet. Is that Ranjit? It's not that well. Oh look, it's the prototype for Reaper.
Brazen thieves. You will regret coming here. This is why we knew something like Reaper was coming well before Endwalker came out. They like hinting towards the next jobs with, You will return to Yulmore.
No, I won't go back to that cell.
It's for your own protection.
Nah!
Pathetic. Remember, he's fresh and everybody else has been fighting this whole time, too. Like, think about how many people that all of us have been fighting.
Are you alright? I'm fine, I just can't move.
Stay there while I tend to these vermin. And remember, like, Minfilia is not a very good fighter, and the tales do not lie. Is fierce beyond reckoning. We are outmatched. We cannot maintain this onslaught forever. Be prepared to run.
Vanity.
You will do no such thing.
Be gone.
There's also, people tend to think about things in power in terms of like direct linearity, but it also could be just that his specific skill set happens to be particularly good at fighting against us. And he's been fighting for decades and decades, too. And now it's just you and me.
Be careful, Elio.
You are made of sterner stuff than the rest. But will it be enough? Interesting. Are they going to be AoEs? Probably. Yeah. Gukamoths, do my bidding! Thunder. Oh, I was too early on that. Oh no, I was on time. It seems you are no ordinary soldier. Actually, when's that gonna go off? Oh yeah, that was too early. Wait, oh, no, I'm good. The problem is I couldn't tell when that was wind. Was it going to go off for the first or the second?
Why do you
If I
persist in this folly?
You're persistent. That I will allow. My question is, if you just auto lose it, does it skip straight ahead, or do you have to at least partially win the fight? I wonder how long I lasted the first time I played this. I will have your measure now. The game is up. No, the game's afoot.
It's over.
Damn. Know your folly. Yeah, see, Val, I've heard that from others, and I guess I just don't understand why it particularly doesn't work for people with Run G, especially because I think they do a good job of setting him up for the position he holds. And for, like, the arc across the whole of Shadowbringers. We were talking about it earlier.
You boy, you bear a striking resemblance to the artist my master seeks.
By all means, keep your counsel. You will all have ample time to confess your crimes back in Yulmore.
I wonder if its appearance is like hereditary or if it's a byproduct of just living long enough in a world suffused in light. The boy's back! Dad Crit is here. Dad Crit has joined the fight.
Thancred?
Yeah, well, good outfit.
You are the wretch who stole her from us.
And what if I am?
What?
I also feel like they've been using mocap more and more as well.
Pathetic. Vermin such as you are not worthy of the Oracle.
Tactics! Tam, I think I'd be more in line with you if Ron G was the primary antagonist, but as a tertiary one, I think it works quite well, especially the way that it's thematically aiming in a very different direction. Because it's not... With Xenos, it's all reaching towards the point of matching power and being about the hunt. Whereas for me, Ron G's very thematically a different point about strength and why it's used and why we fight.
Right.
Magic, baby! Allegan Cube.
Fool! You would see your city razed.
I would sooner see it razed than conquered. Suffice it to say, we are ready to receive you.
What now?
God, I love how
Exarch?
quippy the Exarch is.
Will you face me yourself?
I think not, General. I've quite exhausted my tricks. If you mean to give chase, I will not stand in your way. But you would do well to tread warily, for your quarry goes to a place where even Yulmore dare not bear its steel. Il Mheg, the fairy kingdom.
We're going there, boys, ladies, and non-binary babies. Oh.
To think that mountain of indolence still had the energy to unleash his hounds. Even the most pointless of conflicts may alter a world's course. And now the plan has gone awry.
Ichikawa really likes Ascians sitting high above everything, contemplating things going on, doesn't she?
How did the so-called Crystal Exarch bring the hero of the source to the first? As if I didn't have enough on my hands already. Then again, with a soul such as that, mayhap there is another way. One which does not require bloodshed.
Really interesting pivot. I did not remember the scene. They really do clearly communicate what his thought on that. Yeah, now we need the Willow signal. I'd also say
Not
it's
so
really
long
important.
ago, here in the shadow of the northern ranges, lay the great kingdom of Verbert. A nation with a proud history that the Sin Eaters cut short, just like all the rest. Since that time, these lands have become a haven for Fey folk. Dreamers frolicking amidst the ruins of a forgotten realm.
I always forget how much I love the Il Mheg music. I also really I love the, like, not trope, but the trope of, like, hiding a map in fog and then revealing it later. I love that shit.
We should be safe enough here. It's good to see you again, my friends. I don't know about you, but it feels like years since last we met. 5 of them in my case.
Why, it only feels like 1 to me, but long enough to warrant a more convivial reunion either way. What brought you to Laxon Loft?
The girl, Minfilia, she and I were traveling together, hunting Sin Eaters. But as we were nearing Lakeland, she abruptly ran off on her own. I found her too late to stop the Yulmorans from taking her prisoner. And as I was considering rescue options, I observed that the Crystarium was on the move. So I consulted the Exarch, who apprised me of the details of the operation and issued me certain instructions. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I was to see you all safely to Il Mheg. And here we are.
Eorzean has called this place home for a while now. Yet we have never called upon him, I am ashamed to say. 'Twas only at the Crystarium that we met.
Hardly surprising. This is not the sort of place one visits on a whim. Happily, having trespassed on Eorzean's hospitality for a spell, Minfilia and I have an idea of how things work around here. Sooner or later, the Yulmorans will come after us. But before they do, the Exarch bids us accomplish 2 things. First,
Number 1,
rendezvous with Eorzean. And second, eliminate the Light Warden of this land.
Thancred's secretly a dwarf. 3 dwarves.
So, Minfilia. What made you leave Thancred behind, if you don't mind me asking?
You. The hero from another world. I was asleep when I felt it. A presence. Someone I was meant to meet. They were close and I knew I had to go to them.
Fun fact, technically he was a gladiator before he was a
But with all the commotion in Lakeland, I was afraid that Thancred wouldn't let me.
And would I have been wrong? Had I arrived a moment later, you would be back in your cell in Yulmore. And now we have Ranjit snapping at our heels. You really have outdone yourself this time.
Look, I know Last of Us didn't make the trope, but boy, do I get some fucking Ellie Joel
I'm sorry.
vibes.
Thank you for saving me.
It's just because it's on my mind lately.
Oh, poor thing being scolded so.
It was a rogue in 2.x, but in
Who said
2.0 he's technically
Show
gladiator.
yourselves.
A technicality, really.
Put away that frown and have some fun with us.
I'm pretty sure most of these pixies are voiced by Ystola's actor.
Lots and lots of fun.
They're either Faye Ools or Ystola's voice
Which way
actress.
was it to Eorzean's?
been there so many times, but I can't. Why can't I remember?
Damn it all. We're already caught in their spell.
You love the Faeus tricksters trope? Well, good, because that's what the Pixies are to a T. I'm going to real scroll back real quick, because I know you guys had some really interesting stuff. No, you're not straight, Elio. Fortunately, I've been here for this whole time. Under some lighting, it's green looking. Talking about link is altered. Do you like what we do? Consider showing your support and sign up for our Patreon at www.patreon.com. With long waits for supporting us, allows us to make us more videos and do all that good jazz. By the way, we will be back to Wednesday videos this week. I'm going to put up a short. Or not a short. No, actually, I've got a Valentine's Day video or short that's going to be coming out. That's what it's going to be coming out this week. You guys had some great conversations. Well, Geomancer was introduced in Asks Stormblood. It was actually, too, it also even existed prior to that as reference. But yeah, like, the biggest introduction of is that. The Swallow's Compass as a whole, too, is, huge Geomancer. So there's a ton of that. Oh, yeah, you guys were talking about... Okay, you guys were talking about... Well, the one thing I want to look at was you guys were talking about Ranjit. Literally pissed me off because he was just a whole expansion of Xeno's duties. Yes, the snake is actually just the alt. Alte Roy, yeah. For me, it works with Xenos, different for me with Ranjit. Yeah, don't know personal mind. It seems like a weird nitpick people have with Ranjit. Yeah. I mean, I think for some people it's not even a nitpick. They think it's a really big deal, but I just... Yeah. Xenos at least was unflappable the entire time. Also was red mage for all the Xenos and Ranjit, so I never felt in danger until I auto-lost in that cutscene. I mean, but yeah, but at some point they also, like, have to, like, not make it... Like general auto-lose fights aren't a good trope, but I do think they're sometimes necessary to make things go along. What's better? Having you, like, them do a spell that gets you right there, halfway through, or make you kill them and then get a cutscene where you still somehow lost, right? Sekiro, anyone? I think people don't like him because what I said, he somewhat ruins the power fantasy of the Warrior of Light being bested. So Yukio, if that's people's reasoning, I'm gonna say something controversial, but fuck your power fantasy. It's boring as shit. It is from a character dimension. If my power fantasy is I'm just always gonna kill everything and I'm the best and woohoo. Fuck your power fantasy. I like characters better that haven't like sometimes lose, sometimes have struggles, sometimes have people that are stronger than them and have to overcome. And you're also, most of the time, you're one of the most powerful things in the world. So, like, I think a couple times not being Mr. King on top right away is okay. Especially when you end up being that anyways. Yeah, okay. Minor spoiler for 80 quests, but I love Gunbreaker story and Baja since you meet the person who trained Thinker to be Gunbreaker. Yeah, I think that's okay to reference Blink because we probably won't get to it, but yeah. We won't get to until maybe either between Shadowbringers and Endwalker or post Endwalker. I'm thinking we might take time to do job quests for I'm thinking we might take a bunch of time in between Endwalker and Shadowbringers. One to give us more time to get close to 7.0 before we finish, and also to try and get it so when we finish Endwalker we can go straight into 6.x and we'll be done up to 6.5 or 6.55. But the other thing is there's a lot of things that by doing them in the time between Endwalker and Shadowbringers and Endwalker, you make Endwalker a lot more powerful, including quests. Character quests, job quests, role quests, stuff like that.
Il Mheg is the fairy kingdom, as one might expect. It is home to the Fae folk. The most prominent among them are pixies, who have a penchant for making mischief. They use powerful illusions to play tricks on all those who venture into their domain. By way of an example, they can make a familiar path seem wholly unfamiliar, or lead you to believe you're somewhere you're not. And we are now, I am sorry to say, entirely at their mercy. As it stands, we cannot hope to find the way to Eorzean. For that we must convince the pixies to lift the spell. From what I could make out of the voices, the creatures want to play with us. If that is the case, they should permit us to find their village. Liran, come. I have a sneaking suspicion this path will lead us directly into their midst. Oh, and I should mention that Minfilia has been informed of our situation, of the different worlds and our mission. You may consider her an ally.
Thank you, Elio. What am I being thanked for? Again, my issue with Ranji was never story-wise mechanically. Yeah, no, I followed him. I am making my cases in defense of Ranji, take him or leave him how you will, just in general, mostly because it's a topic I've seen come up a lot, and I've been kind of shocked how much there's a lot. It seems like, I don't want to say a lot of people in the community, because again, a lot of people on Reddit and Twitter seem to not like Ranjit, which is representative of maybe at absolute most, if you combine Twitter and Reddit, 20% of the 14 community. Like, most people are not on Reddit or Twitter, and most people don't comment on it. So I don't always think that's a good indicator. So it says nicer because I didn't want to sound mean. The Power Fantasy comment. Oh, okay. Yeah. Good old ego check. Yeah, no, I'm okay. I'm okay. In a game that's so narratively focused and character focused, I don't feel bad particularly saying fuck your power fantasy in a game that also lets you live the power fantasy so constantly. Also, I'm gonna be real. This is my power fantasy. Part of power fantasy to me is overcoming, not just nothing can stop me. Because you know what nothing can stop me and nothing can touch me is? Fucking boring. So boring. Let me have things to overcome, because overcoming is the fantasy of nothing can stop me becoming more and getting more powerful. And become facing adversity and becoming more, you know? But I know that's not how everyone feels. Power fantasy is partly about not everything becoming. It can be about just nothing, like everything's trivial. Well, here we are. Yet the Pixies are nowhere to be seen. Knowing them, their games have already begun. In which case, Elio, there are a variety of plants native to these parts with a distinctive furrowed tip. Looking grass is its name. So called because it can be used to spy pixies, believe it or not. I'll explain how I know all this later, but first I need you to help me find some. Though, if a voice calls to you, under no circumstances should you respond. You will only subject yourself to further mischief. My power fantasy is helping everyone I can. Fucking mood. I mean, frankly, my power fantasy is getting to be the hero that helps, makes life easier, makes people better. My power fantasy is being the good guy, you know? Like, that's why when I play things like Knights of the Old Republic, I only ended up playing good runs. Greetings, mortal. What is your name? Oh, you don't have a name. How very, very sad. I could have had so much fun with you. Searching the scrub, you find what appears to be looking grass. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Ooh, a visitor. Where are you from, pray tell? Perhaps there's one hard of hearing. Ahem! What brings you here? Ugh, stone deaf, how boring. Still, picking plants at our village is good as indulging in our hospitality. And who are we to turn you away? Stay a while, stay forever. Your body begins to feel heavy. I'm being a mood. Good, Aaron, good. Yeah, I can see where Elio's coming from. Insert there is no such thing as perfect speech, yeah. Also, they show that the Warrior Fly is valuable in the story over and over, so your power fantasy is just fucking... Yeah, I mean, it runs counter to the characterization as shown. I take it you met with some trouble. Apologies for subjecting you to that. Can I assume from your presence that you managed to find some looking grass? Yes, this is the stuff. Thus armed, we should be able to see through the Pixie's veil of invisibility, and seeing them is the first step to dealing with them. Come, let's gather everyone and put Eorzean's little trick to good use. What's interesting about the Pixies is you'd think like, oh, they're the Sylphs, but there's actually a lot of Moogle going on in their lore too, which is interesting.
Farasitha, Krakleath.
Damn. Yeah, that's definitely how it works.
No, we're found. How did this mortal know our trick?
Wait, I recognize their souls. These two have been here before.
Look, twins! How adorable!
Oh,
with us?
We have neither the time nor inclination to play. We have come to see Eorzean.
Oh yes, Eorzean, the peculiar one. In return for a place in Il Mheg, he agreed to a riddle contest with us for 7 days and 7 nights without any sleep.
Oh god, Eorzean without 7 days of sleep.
Oh, that was so much fun! We must do it again!
I'm sure he'd be delighted. Now, if you'd be so kind as to lift your spell.
I also love the thing that they do in this game with the music, where when there's something shrouded in fog, the music's imperfect and kind of like you can only get bits and pieces of it.
What now?
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah, Light.
I don't know, but this is their home, so we must indulge them.
The Fae should be hilarious, adorable, and terrifying in equal measure.
Right, we've made up our minds. We will lift our spell on one condition, that you first lend us a helping hand. Or 2, or 3. Once you've helped solve all of our troubles, we'll let you see Eorzean, Pixie's honor.
How in the world did he power through that? I have no idea. But if there's one person I believe who could, it is
Well,
Eorzean.
there you have it. Pixie chores. I suggest we split up.
I imagine reciting poetry for all 7 of the days.
Oh, look at me, I have a task for you. Liraran is our beloved village, and we want it to always look lovely. And it can't look lovely without flowers blooming, and no flowers bloom lovelier than everblooms. So here are some everbloom seeds. Take them, sow them in here, there, and everywhere around the village. Simple as a dimple, yes?
I will literally rush Eorzean to the Yar if I ever heard of that. Yeah. I believe Eorzean struggled well enough to know that he'd be okay. Yeah. Or, you know, you could also imagine he came up with a spell that helped him maintain. If you enjoy the streaming and aren't a member of our Discord, why not come join us at https://discord.gg/Eorzean archive. I'm getting better at that.
Ooh, I can't wait for the flowers to bloom. Perhaps it'll make a pretty curtains out of them. Mortals, hear my plea. Our precious children are thirsty, and I need you to bring them water. Who are children, you ask? Why, they're the leaf men you see standing about the village. Adorable, aren't they? Now you'll need to go to Long Mirror Lake to draw the water. Once you have it, see that our children have a good drenching. Oh, but be warned, the Fwat make their home in the lake. They tend to play rough, so have care.
Have a great, going to sadly drive home. Hope everyone has a great day. Thank you for streaming. Always, Deathberry. Have a good one, man. I mean, I didn't want to say, but magic. I would try to avoid it as well, because I can imagine he could do without it, but I can also imagine he would come up with a spell that could help him. Hey, I didn't know we were playing, oh no, I almost said Homestuck there. I didn't know we were playing Undertale. Since when are we fighting Undyne? Run away from the spears! I know you feel that way, V. I know. I know you and some others too. I know the battle music is not your jam. The real reason that you actually like Endwalker more than Shadowbringers. And this is the part where she's like, I what now? The Fae are both cute and meant to be terrifying. Yes, they are. I mean, part of it's for me, it really is that, like, I like battle music being an intercession, so for me, it's not a big problem. Lies and slander. I wish my topiary in my house had swords. I mean, to be fair, I probably should have a topiary at all, but...
You've given water to our children. Thank you ever so much. They're all very dear to us. They wander into Il Mheg as stray mortals, but we grew attached to them and decided to take them in. You and yours would have been our children too, but the enchantment didn't catch on as well as we'd hope. It's never too late, of course.
Wouldn't Deadpool get hurt? Seeing as he's swung around swords before himself, I'm pretty sure he'd be okay. Also, he's a smart dog. He doesn't run into the street. He's got a lot of self-preservation instinct. Except for getting tangled in your feet. That's the one place where he struggles.
I am so hungry and faint. Fruit, a little fruit will set me right. Will you go and fetch me some? Just outside the village, you'll find a hillock. 2 great bell trees grow there. If you give them a shake, they should render up their sweet succulent burdens.
No, he's a pally-pool. He knows what's up. Yeah. Speaking of, do people want to see the boy? Pulled him out at the beginning of the stream, but I'm sure some of you have joined since then.
Helping us grow flowers, are you? That'll make the house look so much lovelier. There used to be a city of mortals here, a great big bustling place called Bobert, or Boverts or some such, but the Sin Eaters came and everyone disappeared. Since then, we Pixies have been living here. We give the old houses our touch. Lovely, don't you think?
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, so this is Boberton architecture. Oh, that's... I don't know why I didn't realize that in the past. Summon boy. Yas. He is... Is he a doggo of light or darkness? Well, currently the only emote we have him is a doggo of light, because we have him as the paladin. But we can get him as a doggo of darkness, too. Deadpool! I don't know if the door's open. I may have to go open it. Summon him with emotes. Yeah, everyone pray to Deadpool with your emotes.
You done so in seeds. Thank you. That shall help Lidharan live up to its name, which means flower house, in case you weren't aware. We weren't always here, you know. We used to live deep in lush forest. It was beautiful beyond compare, but almost as if it was swallowed up by the light. For a while we roamed, but eventually we found a place that men had abandoned. Together with our fellow fae folk, we decided to make our new home.
Oh, hey, buddy.
The land of everlasting spring. This is our home. It could be yours too. Forever and ever and ever.
Deadpool, come here. Come on. People are summoning you. Would you like to play with me, bud? Are you trying to sniff? Trying to sniff to see if there's anything you can eat? Yeah, I know that face. Do you help depression? You want to wave at the people and then go? You want to be free? Okay. Here you go. Squeaky Greatsword would be great Deadpool thing.
I could probably make one. I would just have to make a 3D model of a greatsword. Then I'd have to cast it in something, and then I'd have to get a squeaker for it. If anyone knows can find like a squeaker toy that's like a greatsword, we could also make that a thing that we raise for him. We can make that like a funding goal. Just make him sylph. Oh, dude. Hey, we can see some of the geometry. Why did my GCD feel so slow? It's 2.4. It's faster than it normally is, so it shouldn't be slow. Weird. No, my food didn't have skill speed on it. Yeah, I don't know what's up. I feel like that would be something I see at the Ren Fair near me. Sadly, it will be a while until it's running again. No worries. I just wonder if anyone like viciously searching the internet now. So part of, it's not very entirely clear if it's to do with the anxiety or the depression stuff, but I also have, what comes with that is sort of a spasm disorder. The doctors think it might be just a byproduct, like serotonin deficient, a lack of it, which is part of what causes the swings one way or another, that or norepinephrine or something. So if you ever see me on stream like spasm like that or something like that, that's what's happening. Seeing dark gameplay makes me want to play mine, but I've all but forgot how to play it at this point because I don't play enough. So you do your 1, 2, 3, and then you just press all your GCDs. Obviously, there's a little bit more to that, but like Dark Knight is really easy to play. Frankly, it's probably... So, okay, it's not the easiest tank because you have to be careful about mitigation because you have less tools to recover. Like, so like, Warrior is easier in a sense in that it has better survivability by a lot, but Dark Knight, in my opinion, is really simple to play. I mean, Warrior is also kind of unga bunga, but there's like more weird and interesting things that go on with his mitigation. Like, just in terms of like actual fighting, like not talking about mitigation, really, I think Dark Knight's probably the easiest. So hungry. Did you get fruit? Oh, thank you ever so much. You saved me. You saved me from my boredom. You should have seen the look on your face when the bugs came down. You done me a great service, Mortal. If there's one thing we Pixies are serious about, it's having fun. Dull and pitiful things, hate them. Sin Eaters are dull and painful both, so we hate them especially. Immortals try to fight those monstrosities, but there's no fun in that. Best to avoid them altogether, we say. Seeing Dark Knight, it's always been one of the harder for me to play. Yeah? Because, I mean, it's really, you're just like, so you're doing your 1, 2, 3, right? You're tossing up your blood weapon basically off cooldown to restore your MP. You're using all of your MP, but holding at least 3,000 to have Blackest Night. And then you're using, like, Delirium. And then beyond that, you're basically just using Salted Earth and, like, a Carven Split or Abyssal Drain, just basically Carven Split all the time, like, off cooldown. You know? So there's really not a lot going on. And then in some ways you have fewer mitigation because you have like Dark Mind and Dark Missionary, you only can use those for magic-based attacks, which means that you don't have to like use them a lot of the time, or can't use them effectively. Yeah, but Dark Knight's really easy to optimize because your rotation's very simple. I mean, unless you're trying to do absolute cursed Dark Knight, but you should never play cursed anything. How goes it, Elliot? So mix of menial tasks and pranks. Yes, that pretty much sums up my own experience. They have no trouble worthy of the name. That last scared my cat away. Sorry, Raven. How long are we supposed to keep up on this? They're clearly playing with us. Indeed, whenever I inquire how much more there is to be done, the answer is ever the same. A little. I doubt they have any intention of releasing us in the near future. Eorzean once told me a story about the Pixies. They're born from the souls of those who died as children, or so it's believed. Though they don't have memories of their previous lives, the desire to have fun remains printed on their souls. And so they live on, only to play, keeping hapless mortals for their pleasure for years on end, sometimes even until death. In the past, when I sought to identify the true nature of ghosts, I came upon literature examining a similar subject. The soul was likened to a core that resides in the aether.
So this is important because we start talking about souls here and now, and it's going to become more and more relevant from here until literally the current X-Men content.
The soul was likened to a core that resides in the aether, and its presence is what differentiates us from such beings as sprites and arcane entities.
That is important and not touched on very thoroughly in EE1. Sprites and arcane entities don't have souls. They're just pure aether devoid of them. Makes sense.
Upon death, said core ordinarily dissipates alongside the aether that composes the flesh. However, it may be held together and bound to the corporeal realm, either by the will of its owner or by means of certain arts. In time, the soul may regather aether unto itself to assume another form, or find newly emerged life in which to abide. The Pixies may be one such instance of this. If ghosts are merely souls without bodies, what does that make us? I think you've become that which you fear most, brother dearest. However the Pixies may have come into being, if we leave them to judge when they are satisfied, they will never be satisfied. Nay, we must negotiate new terms with the creatures. But where to begin? It seems to me we would need at least one among them to sympathize with us. In the course of your chores, did any of your encounter Pixie who seemed fairly amenable to reason? Fail? What? You knew a Pixie from before? Not only are you acquainted, but you've entered into a pact. You might have mentioned this sooner. At any rate, I dare hope this will offer us a way out. Without further delay, then, summon this Fail, if you please.
I love where I'm kind of enjoying New Paladin. I've been loving New Paladin as a Paladin main, I'll say that. It's been really nice to be able to adapt and actually have a frickin' burst phase. Unless it's Curse Transpose Rotation Black Mage. Oh god. I hear, it sounds like you're calling to Jade.
A voice rings out in your mind. So, me sapling has finally remembered about his lovely branch. But with such a heart-to-heart to call, he may as well lop me off and cast me aside. Humph, I have no sapling. Please fail. Oh, did I get it? Please, I spelled something wrong. Please fail. Oh, I didn't. I missed a comma. Please fail, I need you. Is that your idea of a fervent call? A silent log could do it with more fire.
Dude, imagine at launch, I must imagine like that this was like, the chat was full of this.
Oh, missed a comma again. Oh, loveliest of branches, please answer my call.
You're late. I've been waiting for you to summon me ever since you came here. Waiting and waiting and waiting. But
I mean, to be fair,
didn't so much as utter my name. Such a heartless thing he is. Cold and cruel and heartless.
God, I love fucking Feul. I mean, to be fair, Yukio, just because you encounter ghosts regularly does not necessarily make it easier. Gunbreaker feels so much comfier than other tanks to me because having their 3 no drawback personal mitts makes dungeons so free. But it's also been a while since I've played anything else and haven't tried new Paladin. Paladin has a lot of that. So, like, the thing about Paladin is you have so much mitigation options and Sheltron, and especially Holy Sheltron, and then also you have Clemency if you ever need it. Which makes me far more comfy because you can't infinitely sustain as a Gunbreaker in the same way. That face. Somebody help me. Jolly, good to see you, glad to have you.
Little brat. Just what we need.
Reminds me of my childhood.
All right, I'm sorry. It was a joke. Honestly, just a joke.
Fucking great line.
But just now you called for me so earnestly, so fervently. I couldn't possibly stay angry at you. Very well.
Ishikawa can...
As your lovely branch, I will lend you my strength.
Ishikawa can navigate tone.
Well, well, well. If it isn't Theo Ool, the mold feel. It's been too long.
Not long enough for you to think of any new games, though, apparently. If I were you, I'd be bored of myself. Now let me make something clear. That mortal is mine. No matter what you do, he will never be yours. Never, never, ever!
You say she's a little fiery.
Oh, not even a bit. But what about the others? Surely we can keep them.
No, you can't keep them either. They're for my amusement and mine alone. And if you lay so much as a finger on my sapling, I'll scatter the contents of his bag all over your precious village. There'll be cold, hard metal, furry, festering food, stinky, sweaty small clothes, and all manner of other terrible, unmentionable things. How would you like that,
So good.
All right. But will you not at least let us play with the twins? Just while the others go and see Eorzean?
I think V wants to go live with the Pixies.
And we promise we'll play nicely.
It seems we won't be joining you.
We'll reveal the hidden Fernic to you at once.
Attilia, are you saying that in that you don't like it or that you do like it? Fucking love the Pixies. Ah, and the music. Oh. I don't know why, but that just made me really excited for 7.0 and new maps. And reveals like that for new maps.
So this is the true Il Mheg.
Il Mheg is super not my aesthetic, and I fucking love it.
Better. I think I remember the way now.
Apologies for the delay. Shall we go and see Eorzean?
I love this version of Shadowbreakers.
Your lovely branch is useful, yes? So whenever you're in trouble, you must remember to make use of me!
Fail is the best! Mango! Good to see you, glad to have you. Pill knows what's in her bag. She's spot on. Well, remember, she has to carry the contents of them because she's carrying it, you know, she's doing like the cross-world stuff with the retainers. For Alfino and Alice's sake, let us be quick. It'd be a shame to return only to find that they had been made to play one game too many. Now the place we seek is an abandoned manor of a nobleman and scholar. The Bookman's Shelves, it's called.
After a fellow's vast collections of tomes on agreeable habitat for our friend, I'm sure you'll agree. If we follow the path north, we should find the place. Come along.
I was completely horrified when Faye will threaten to spill a bag of our contents on the village. Good lord. How it goes for me? Yes, I finally brave and tank in duty. Okay, maybe I'll ask someone to join me. Wait, what if everyone is busy? Then I'll just sleep instead. Yeah, no, I feel you, Raven. Just know that you can always ask. Super, like, especially, it'll be even easier once you're in the FC because you'll be able to see who's on and in game. But no, you can super just ask. I'm sure, like, especially if like V or Bean or me are online and have time. I can speak for the T, people. I'm sure Ray Ray would too. Though Ray Ray, because she's not always on our server, it may be harder. But I'm sure she would love to. Don't you just love the accents they added for the Pixies? Yes. Raven, you can always ask me. Yeah, Val. See, Val would love to. But they get excited doing it alone, so yeah. Shadow bringing this so freaking well, yeah. Himbo prophecy? Yes. Hey, we get a prophecy and we get a himbo. I don't know what more you want from me. I'm just following the law of explaining exactly what happens in the episode. And it's Whiplash we hear Faye will sound like a nanny compared to her French counterpart where she sounds like a teenager. Nanny? I think she sounds incredibly youthful. I think she sounds like a fiery 20-year-old youthful woman. I like the voice acting here a lot. Yeah, you do? Okay, you do like it a lot? Okay, cool. But it's just different. So it's like Whiplash. Okay. When it comes to map, I love all Il Mheg so much. Like, to me, a testament to Il Mheg, right, is Il Mheg super not my aesthetic. Super not like the thing that I typically like. And I think it's fucking amazing. Like, that is a good sign. When people who are not, like, predisposed to like your thing think your thing's awesome, that's when you know it's good. This place is the color of candy, yeah. Yeah, I get that a lot. I'm always anxious. I'm gonna get turned around in a dungeon as a tank and look like a dunce going the wrong way. I've been getting better about it, but it's still something. I would say take advantage of each other, right? I mean, like, know that, like, you know, each of you guys struggle with different things, and, maybe one of you wants to learn tanking while another one of you wants to learn healing. Can never hurt to ask. Absolute worst case is no one is available. Yeah, if no one responds, it's mostly just because everyone's busy or something. It's not because people are like, no, we don't want to help you. So always just take the chance. Use looking for group. Maybe you'll get someone. Arianche has endured to handle Pixies for a week without rest or sleep. It's astonishing. Yeah. They who? Same, right now. I also get nervous when my health dips low because I'm like, did I mess my mid up or is the healer playing with my life? Yeah. I might be on ferry, but hit me up whenever I've done help. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, sweet. Good, Raven. Everyone likes them gross arid places. I don't love arid. For instance, if I like, if I had to choose between Il Mheg or like Eorzean, and I know you're just making fun of me, V, but just this, I would say like I actually would choose Il Mheg. I just like arid places. I like arid places at all. Whereas you, I find you are more often like, they're hiding. Who's hiding? I think there's a particular reason we never find. Oh, I see you're referring to AC. Never find Faye on the source. Because either they're hiding or they just didn't come about. So for instance, think about it, like the children's souls becoming pixies may be a self-fulfilling thing that's an aspect of like the constituent aspect of the source itself. Some people, I think, wait, actually is Eorzean or someone else, I think Ray referencing something that someone actually speculates that they're hiding. But I mean, there's a bunch of different reasons that they could possibly not be there at all. I mean, technically, sylphs are Fae. Well, yes, if we wanted to be like talking about broad encapsulation of the idea of Fae, sure. But I think people are more specifically talking about pixies, right? But yes, you're right. I mean, technically, Moogles are Fae as well. Gross and arid, like a dry sandwich with no sauce. And here we are, at long last. I give you Eorzean's humble abode. Come, let's see if he's home. Okay, guys, who's ready for the himbo? I need your himbo hype. We may not have an Eorzean sexy, but I think we've got another Elozen sexy. Show me what you've got. Ah. Himbo hype!
Eorzean, are you in?
Also important, this is an incredibly important cutscene.
Weary of heroes, a hero wends his way.
Pay attention for this, please.
The
on a number of levels.
Send word that thou would seek me out, but ne'er did I imagine thou wouldst arrive so soon.
Let's do this.
Full glad am I to see thee once more, my friend, and none the worse for thy travails.
Oh no, he's hot.
Outside.
Actually, oh yes, he's hot.
Another one for you to imbue, if you'd be so kind.
The game from here on out will test you on this, effectively, Raven. I don't think I have to. Although, honestly, making a quiz or a fun, like, lore test for people would be kind of a fun thing to do.
I
If
take
people are
it thou
interested in
hast
that, let me
met
know.
with our other comrades already. That Master Alphino and Mistress Alize now travel in thy company is of great comfort to me. As for the rest, it beginneth in earnest. The hunting of the Light Wardens, and perforce the war with Yulmore. Hark thee then to my words, and through them behold the vision that I did glimpse, that of the 8th Umbral Calamity.
They did a really good job, especially with Ishikawa tilting his dialogue in 3.4.
As I drifted
and this.
hither to the first, traversing the boundary twixt reality and potentiality, I did bear witness to events yet to come.
Towards like high
There
oratory,
I saw
but still
the combined forces of
conversive.
Eorzea and the Far East offering fierce resistance to the legions of Garlemald. So fierce, in fact, that they did begin to push the enemy back. Ilm by painful ilm at first, then Yalm by Yalm, and Malm by Malm in time.
So we were
Yet
winning.
the joy they felt was short-lived, for in so doing they did force the Empire's hand. Faced with defeat, the Garleans turned to a weapon most vile. Black Rose.
Oh, thank you for... Yeah, we're still collecting trivia for the Trivial Pursuit game I'm working on. I've started modeling it.
Reckoning. Once released, the gas took on a life of its own, wreaking untold carnage not only in Eorzea, but in the provinces of the Empire besides. From fighters upon the front lines to babes in their beds, none were spared. And as the casualties became too numerous to count, so did the fabric of civilization begin to unravel. Nor did the land itself escape unscathed, for spreading from the site of its release, Black Rose brought death to the very soil. To survive amidst the chaos and upheaval, men came to live by the sword, the rule of law giving way, inevitably, to the rule of might. Thus was the spark struck and the fire kindled, and swiftly did it spread as a blaze in a field of straw to engulf every corner of the world. Nations worthy of the name did then cease to exist, and those souls brave and true who might have risen to restore order
So Black Rose got released. It hit everywhere, destroyed the soil and crop yields, killed most of the world, and brought about an aetherable calamity. Stilled the aether of the world. Much like the astral calamity of the 7th did massive damage as well. And that one was even stopped mid-calamity. And all the scions perished.
were no more. For the weapon spared not one, not even thee.
AC, be very careful about mentioning any of that stuff. And no, it's not a reflection of Minfilia. It's just Minfilia.
An endless age of war, begotten by the blight of Black Rose. Such is the legacy of the 8th umbral calamity which I did behold. No matter the cost, we must forestall this tragedy. To that end, I have labored during my sojourn in this world, discovering in so doing the answer to a pressing mystery. That of Black Rose's inexplicable potency.
So they developmentally can have an outfit they assume that we're wearing so they don't have major clipping issues for a super emotional moment. Come.
Dost thou recognize yonder chart?
I know he's about to explain something. I'm going to pause, though. Okay. This is the elemental chart. There is astral, there's umbral, and there are the 6 elements. They are wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, and water. The order of the calamities was wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, and water. Then astral, then umbral. Those were because Bahamut was astral, umbral would have been the 8th. Astrality means change. Umbral means stasis. Umbral is tied to stasis, but is actually connected to light. Astral is connected to darkness. Astral is not darkness, umbral is not light. But darkness is tilted naturally towards astrality, and light is naturally tilted towards umbrality. So something can be umbral, but not be light. The 3 bottom elements are closer to umbral, the 3 top elements are closer to astral. Wind, lightning, and fire are all tend towards change. Water, ice, and earth tend towards being in stasis. This is the fundamental concept of aetherology at play here. Understanding that tells you about everything. But what about the darkness within darkness? Then you just go yell at Nomura and hope he stops being high on his own supply. It's a chart of the elements.
Indeed. 'Tis a rendering of the elemental wheel, such as one might find in classrooms across the source. As the chart maketh plain, our world is composed of 6 elements, in addition to which there exist 2 poles in fundamental opposition. Astral, the active, umbral, the passive. As a reflection of the source, the first naturally compriseth the selfsame forces. Yet, curiously, there is a notable divergence in their nomenclature. To be specific, the denizens of this world employ not the terms astral and umbral. Thus was I moved to inquire what names said forces had been assigned. A simple question which yielded a most unexpected answer. Upon demanding the name of the pole aligned with activity and growth, I was told that as life's myriad colors combine to produce black, the people of the first had called it darkness. At this, did my mind begin to race. Yet 'twas only when I asked what name had been given to the pole aligned with passivity that mine eyes were opened to the truth. Peace and tranquility being as purest white, unmarred by color, I was told it had been given the name of light.
That's umbral light and astral darkness, yes? I'm no aetherologist, but it strikes me that the nomenclature of the first is rooted in the generation of the 2 forces, while our own appears to focus on their effects, which makes one wonder, have we had it backwards all this time?
For a long time, people associated astrality with light and umbrality with darkness, even though that was actually backwards.
'Tis indeed a compelling question, and one which beareth closer examination. Yet what knowledge we already possess sufficeth to explain the chain of events.
All you need to know is astral is active.
The phenomenon of etheric thinning observed in the source is the consequence of light, the power of stasis, flowing in from the first to stifle the movement of ether within the land. And and according to Master Alphino, Black Rose slayeth by halting the circulation of ether within living beings. Should such a weapon be unleashed even as the first were rejoined, replete as it is with light,
we would have a disaster of untold proportions on our hands. A calamity.
The first aetherology is the same as the source's aetherology. So,
well,
I mean, it's also
at
what
least
it's
we have a
doing
better
right now.
grasp of what we're facing. Our objective, however, remains unchanged. We are to eliminate the Light Warden of Il Mheg. Speaking of which, were you able to ascertain its whereabouts?
Aye. 'Tis all but certainly ensconced within Leergear, the castle which standeth in the midst of the lake.
This is nomenclature.
To enter said stronghold, we must needs turn to the Pixies for aid. Fortunately, I have become quite adept at courting their cooperation. Henceforth shall I accompany you, and do all in my power to ensure that my vision doth not come to pass.
Tattle, good to see, glad to have you. As Alala, seeing this cutscene was extra heartbreaking, the twins being the smallest, and I being the smallest in the Fields of Scions. Oh, that would hit hard. Okay, does anyone have any questions or confusion about that? Because that is, like, not just very important for the Shadowbringers and like Endwalker, but like understanding aetherology on that level is of fundamental import in general. You can also watch our video on aetherology if Ray or V want to toss that in. I have a video that explains all of aetherology in general. But that is the thing. If you understand this chart and it makes sense to you and you understand what it's saying, you're basically good to go.
My friend, ere I speak of task at hand, there is a question I would pose to thee. What thinkest thou of mine appearance?
Did you take up astrology?
Indeed, thou, though the night be lost, behind shroud of blinding light, doubt not but that these stars still shine. I have chosen to avail myself of their guidance, that I might navigate the seas of uncertainty that stretch before us. For a blessing, my prior studies of astrology did provide me with an adequate grounding in the art. But enough of myself, let us speak of our task.
1 second. There's nothing that conveys whether or not the stars are the same, other just that the basic principles are the same. But if the bowl and all of that still function, in theory, it should be the same stars.
As I did mention, if we are to enter Leg High, we must needs gain Pixie's cooperation. This is a simple matter of presenting unto them a suitable gift. I shall procure a selection of viands that shall please their palates. Thancred, pray assist me in the endeavor. Meanwhile, Elio, I bid thee obtain that which will please their eyes. In 3 parts there abideth a vilekin, known for its beauteous wings, the hawker. I shall lend thee a receptacle within which thou mayest capture a weakened specimen.
Thank you, V. But yeah, to answer the question, why did they put us into Tara's outfit? Remember that they have to create those cutscenes. Imagine what would happen if you were wearing like the frog costume, right? And not only would it cut into the cutscene, but it would also be like potentially have you clipping through the twins. They can't make a version just for every version of the outfit that exists in the game, and you don't want them so far away that it loses the power of the moment. I asked them what names have been given to the pole line with passivity, and they were like, "What are you talking about, Magic Man? I'm so distracted by your shoulders." I can't help but think of the collar on Urianger would be uncomfortable to wear in real life. I mean, AC, are you making a joke? Because I'm literally wearing it right now. I can tell you, it's quite comfortable. Oh, no, AC, I'm not going to, like, we've gone down that path before, right? I think, like, you're trying to attribute a singular aspect to things that I don't think you should. Like, Shinryu, Omega, Nidhogg, none of those things are singular aspects. I don't think you're thinking too deep. I think you're thinking, in some ways, more superficially. You're being like, Shinryu isn't just astral. Omega isn't just astral, right? Like, Shinryu isn't hyper-associated with darkness or astrality or light or umbrality. Same for Nidhogg. I mean, if you had to pick anything for Nidhogg, you would pick probably lightning, because of the airy. Like, if you had to pick something. Like, lightning and fire would be the two things I would probably trend towards. Based on what we get in game. I would just say, like, I don't think it's too deep. I'd just say, like, be careful about assuming that there is a direct corollary between it and another aspect. Oh, I just realized I keep killing them instead of actually grabbing them with a box. Hey, a Charlian box. An enchanted box designed for traditional Charlian type. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I mean, it makes sense that, like, obviously Eorzean is making a Charlian contraption, but it's just interesting that, like, you don't see a lot of items like that. Seeing as we're running shorter on time today, do you guys want to run Il Mheg with me? Or do people particularly want to see the Trust? Because, like, Trust will take a while, whereas we could run it together and go pretty fast. V, I'd have you on healing.
Thou art returned. Wert thou able to capture a hawker? Ah, a truly magnificent set of wings. I shall treat them once to make fast their vibrant colors. Thancred too should return anon, upon which I shall ready all items for presentation. Pray take thine ease meanwhile.
"'Tis done. The Pixies shall be well pleased with these gifts. Ah, lest I forget. White Aurosite, newly forged for thy use. Our mission being to thwart a rejoining, we will most assuredly cross paths with those who crave the contrary, our eternal enemies. Thus did I choose to abide in this ether-rich land, the better to fashion a trap for the Ascian's essence.
May I come in now?
You may indeed, assuming you've finished.
So remember, he can't etherically charge bullets, so he can't make his own bullets the Gunbreaker. So he needs her to make them for him.
I did as you asked.
That's my girl, thank you. I should probably explain. Though my body remained behind in the source, its limitations saw fit to accompany me, which is to say, I cannot manipulate ether. I took up the gunblade for its defensive advantages, but on account of my little impairment, I cannot imbue the ammunition myself. Luckily for me, Minfilia has quite a talent for it.
Minfilia,
Once we set forth, we are not like to return for some while. If thou wouldst choose tomes to take with thee, let it be now.
Anyone's welcome. I would ask that you be ready to, like,
May I?
hit it hard. That means,
Of
like,
course,
pulling
my
wall to
dear.
wall and
Yet
killing.
have care thou dost not add overmuch to
Fast.
thy burden, lest I incur Thancred's ire.
Because we don't have a lot of time, sadly. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, Raven.
Hast thou spoken to him of thine encounter with the Minfilia of Eld?
Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any. As you know, I freed young Minfilia from captivity in Yulmore some 3 years past. Not long after, the two of us journeyed to the south of Il Mheg, to the edge of the Empty, where the flood was halted. 'Twas there that she awakened. The Minfilia of old. My Minfilia.
Echo Vision. I mean, we can, AC, but we're busy. Like, yeah, we could. Anyone, I mean, if we're a Gunbreaker and we can manipulate Aether, that's how we do it for ourselves.
Tell me, what must I do to bring you back?
My dearest Thancred, as I am now, I am no different from an Ascian. This child is but a vessel. One of many I have used that I might spread word of her enduring blessing and preserve the flame of hope. In my name, each has died, never having lived her own life. I have taken enough from these children. I will take no more.
But what of your suffering? Your sacrifice? This isn't fair! I will not stand for it. I cannot! There must be something we can do. Tell me!
Should the day come when this child grows weary of fighting and wishes to cast it all aside, then shall I take up her burden. But should she wish instead to become the master of her own destiny, then shall I bequeath to her my all. Imbued with the strength that I reserve for rebirth, she may come to wield my powers as her own.
And what of my wishes? What of Flamine's? What of all the people who love and care for you and want nothing more than to see you again?
It is not their decision to make. It is hers. This child's. This Minfilia's. You have ever watched over me, Thancred.
Death of Minfilia's father. That's baby Minfilia. Cilia at the time.
Now I ask that you do the same for her. Protect her. Teach her. Stand by her as you stood by me. There is much and more she does not know. She needs a guide to show her the ways of the world, or she will never find her own path. When the time comes, you will find me here. Until that day.
Minfilia, wait!
What happened?
Vereen to be who she is means the death of Minfilia, the original Minfilia. And Thancred can't help but know that the whole way, so you can forgive him some of the struggle. Yeah, I do feel so much for Thancred.
And then she was gone. Minfilia, the girl, claims to have no recollection of any of it.
I have told her many things. Where we came from, what we fight for. But of that day, I have not spoken.
How do you want this to end?
With the coming of another possessed of the blessing of light, the first hath begun to rise up in defiance of its fate. The question remaineth, however, who shall take up the flame of hope which Minfilia hath borne for so long? Whether we will it or no, the choice must soon be made.
You find Minfilia's action for the past 100 years, what? I mean, also, I would say, like, think about what Minfilia knows, and also that she can't change making a choice one way or another.
I'm sorry I took so long. It was so hard to choose. In the end, I settled on just the one.
That is well. Now, if all is in order, let us set forth for Hydaelyn.
If she could do anything else but choose that path for them, I think she would, right? But her only options are to do that, and to hold the light at bay and to hold the line, or to not and have everyone die. Those are her options. It's fucked up. I mean, the entire situation's fucked up. Right? And you know who caused it? The Ascians. But she desperately wants to give them their own life. But also, she wants to make sure there's a world for them to even experience. Right? Yeah, I can't find it in myself to particularly blame her. Because I think if there was any other way, she would do it. I think if she could just sacrifice her own life and never have to have them suffer in the first place, I think she would. No question. In a way, it's really not that dissimilar to like Eorzean's choice, right? In the first place. If they don't hold the line, there's nothing. Just oblivion. Just the death of everyone. Just the sin-eaterification of everyone. And I think every step of the way she did and would do anything to make their lives easier or better or to save them from the pain. And I think that's borne out in you see her actions. I think also if you play Endwalker, you know even more so why some choices are made and the amount of awareness around what the outcome of those choices are. Yeah, it's trying to make the best of a bad situation. The world was so close to oblivion, edging closer to it. Yeah. So I think if you want to be absolutist about it, you'd be like, she did something that's like that's potentially kind of cruel. It's like, yeah. But I think that's only, you can only look at that and we can only in the safety of our not having to choose between impossible choices stand and say like, oh yeah, that's like, she's evil or blah, blah, blah. Holding the line, man, the news made me dislike Ranjit more because imagine giving up Yukio, spoilers, please. Will we be doing Eden raids and light lore here? Yeah. Well, so we always do the Alliance raids and the raids. Every expansion. So yeah, we definitely will. We'll do the Alliance raids, the raids, and the trial series.
We weren't supporting y'all back so soon. We had scarcely begun playing with the twins. That said, your gifts are truly wonderful. Let me tell you, the milk and honey and biscuits won't last a day, and the wings are the loveliest I've ever seen. You have done us a great kindness, and it's very custom to return the gesture. If you desire anything of us, you need but name it.
Yeah, everyone's welcome to join for those.
So, what is that you desire? Oh, sorry. What is it that you desire? Rusty old coins like the mortals are wont to collect, perhaps?
We are resolved to vanquish the Light Warden of this land. To that end, we desire entry into Hydaelyn.
What a strange thing to wish for. You might as well ask for your death. But is that what you want? Who are we to argue? Very well, I shall speak with the others.
You've clearly been busy, Eorzean. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you've missed? So that was the purpose of the gifts. Is there anything we can tell us about those Light Wardens? Aye, my lady. By circumstances most tragic, the Light Warden of this land is our king, the ruler Titania.
Is our king the ruler Titania? It was not always so, of course. Our king fought the first Light Warden that threatened our home, you see. Fought it and won. But all the horrible light that came out went and corrupted them, turning them into a new Light Warden. Now they're king only in name, not the remains of the wise and just ruler that used to be. We had no choice but to seal them in the castle. The magics for breaking the seal we divided into 4, and wove each into a different relic, to be kept apart until the time was right. And this dress is one of them. It's been in our safekeeping for years and years and years, but we decided to entrust it to you.
Are you sure?
Of course, custom demands it. Though you must certainly go into your deaths. We thought we should at least let you try. That way we get to watch what happens. No, of course you can't break the seal unless you have the other relics too. The Shattered Crown is with the Fuath, and the Stone Scepter is with the Numo, and the Crystal Shoes are with the Amaro. Good luck finding them!
The facts thus disclosed confirm mine own understanding. Our quest lieth now before us. First, let us hie to the lake, there to claim the Shell Crown from the Fuath. If we call them before the untouchable gate, they will answer. Maybe that's their plan, so when Phil scatters your bag, it just tosses out all the yummy food. I don't think it's supposed to be direct one-to-one. I think it's more evocation, AC. Okay. Who's... wait for it to propagate. V said she could, and Will, are you not online? Oh no, there you are, Angus. There we go. I'll let you guys figure out roles, and then we need one more DPS. I just asked because we're only technically supposed to have 13 minutes, so we're gonna go over that. If whoever please only join if you are very confident in your DPSing skills. I don't mean like your absolute perfection, but just like you're used to pulling wall to wall and it going fast. I can join, but if someone wants to, I don't care. Okay. Midsummer Night's Dream features characters named Oberon and Titania. Yeah, no, I know that it does. I understand that's what he's saying, but I'm saying that the usage of Titania shouldn't be taken as a literal association for their role in that story. That was my point. Laura, I know that you got. I know I can
ships. So we'll do that. Dad, it's good to see you. Glad to have you. Hearken to me, O spirits of the water. We come for an entreaty. Not in the talkative mood, apparently. I'm not exactly sure how the gate works. But if the Fuath are water spirits, perhaps we should take our search into the lake? I suppose a brief dip wouldn't hurt. We all know Thancred swims like an eel, but what about you, Minfilia? I can swim well enough. Thancred taught me. Excellent. What about you, Eorzean? I'm not sure I've ever asked. Rather than swim, mayhap it would be more expeditious to walk upon the surface by means of magic. You too, Eorzean, that you should be a kindred spirit. Worry not, my friend. I know some helpful tricks, and it should be more than happy to share them with you. Together we shall conquer the waves.
Well, what are we live I live not? And you have an entrenched for us to say. An entrenched for mortals. What a treat!
My comrades and I are on a quest to vanquish the Light Warden. To that end, we would humbly beg the loan of a shell crown, which we are given to understand is in the safekeeping of your people.
Oh, that's all. Of course, you may have it. You shall have it.
Just like that, what do you want from us?
No, no need to be so suspicious. The crown simply doesn't mean much to us is all. As a matter of fact, nothing means much to us, for we are Fuath, if over before it's begun, and we couldn't care less what becomes of the Fey King, nor the world for that matter. Having said that, we do seldom have mortal visitors, and it would seem a shame not to make the most of you. Search the untouchable gate and come hither through our domain, Il Mheg in your tongue, which means forbidden realm. Sounds forbidden, yes? And so it should be, for we are one with the waters, our home brought of ripples and waves and currents. Find your way through, give us a thrilling sport, and we will give you a crown.
Oh gods, I forgot this isn't where this is bit start with Eorzean. Imagine Moonbrita teaching Eorzean just basically her pushing him into the water. Umino, how long were you waiting to do that? I love you. You're going out with a bloody sea wolf, and you got to at least know how to use your arms and legs underwater. You gotta know how to use your arms where it's wet. What? Sorry to those who wanted to deeps. If I had more slots, I would throw you in. But we're just very short on time. We have 8 minutes to clear this, which is not going to happen. But we're going to try. Bum 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 bum. A little bit of Nutcracker, a little bit of Alice in Wonderland from Kingdom Hearts 1, a little bit of, oh my god, it's Feyland. Is there maintenance or something for the... I have a very limited amount of time to do anything outside of, like, stream and stuff, and so I have to be done by 7. I don't have a lot of free time. I have a lot of work I have to do outside of streaming and team stuff. Sorry, I forgot about double pull.
wonderful DPS, and a dancer with Peloton. Fuel my speed addiction, not cocaine. Well, coke that it keeps being given by you guys and random pizza people in Limsa. I don't think I've done Dohn Mheg in like, I think I've done Dohn Mheg all like twice. This might be like my third time doing it ever. Home from doting, man, I'm hungry and tired. Nice! Well, welcome, Black Flame. Is there a maintenance? Yeah. No worries, Mango. Oh, I used up my mana there, that's it. Mess that up.
It's the fourth one suggests a smashing welcome! Oh yes, we'll smash little best in person! Oh,
I got hit by it. Ready for a hit? Oh, that was not bad at all.
It's the fourth one suggests a smashing welcome! I've said this before.
What? I wasn't in that. I wasn't that.
Oh yes, bravo, very impressive. Do keep up the fine form the rest of the way. Only, my friends, see your prizes! Yeah! Oh dear, I think you've dropped the wolf's nest. How very clumsy of you. pauses, but accidents do happen. Come play in my beautiful garden.
Friendly reminders, if you see a flashing ability as a tank, you should interrupt and interject. Well, I guess interrupt in any way that you need to. That can be with a stun if it's stunnable. That can be with an interject if it is not. That moment when you can see when the Dragoon's going into their more bursty part of their combo. As the enemies help drop precipitously. And a 1, and a 2, and a skiddly diddly doo! Ender before it's Ember. Oh, yeah. Hey, level up. Oh!
Welcome to our humble palace. This is like, you just have to keep going.
I'm not crazy, right? Can't pull on. There's the Kelpie.
More! We want some more! You want some more?
Not a single tank item. Good job, everyone. Making great time. Have a good day, Des. Oh no, he's hot. I seem to have a thog in my throat. Time for a musical interlude! Ah, it's too early. Somehow I managed to remember that. There, that's the one. Don't get toaded! What's the first one? Does Toad show up in Final Fantasy 1 or is it 2? I know it's in 2. No, sweet melody, take phantasmic form! And everybody's most hated fight! Yeah. I love that during that part of the song it says we fall, literally as you do that mechanic. You mastered the melody! Bravo! For you, I will play a song of terror! Oh lord. You chonky. Give me a crescendo! Give me a fortissimo! Limit break. Thank you. Hey, great job, everybody. You're good, Raven. In FF2. It is FF2. Okay, I wasn't crazy. Yeah, no worries, Raven. I appreciate you trying to please yourself on it. Oh no, double pull with Tancred and Trust. It may as well be another tank healer for him. Doing 90 tank role quest reminded me I have interject in the first place. Yeah. I wish the game was better about teaching people that you have interject. Oh no, he's anthropomorphic. Oh my god, not a single tank piece. Thanks, guys. And we're 10 minutes over. It's very pretty. I do love this place. I love the water in this.
Well fought, well fought.
Really, Raven? That's hysterical.
Jolly good show.
Oh, you do
Is
not
it
hold
Auxiliary?
back.
He has smoker long? I wasn't expecting
But
that.
I would have it no other way. Seldom have I enjoyed such sport.
We have satisfied thy demands. Wilt thou now satisfy ours?
Of course. Of course. There it is. The relic you seek. Yours for the taking. Have care you do not break it, though, yes.
It does sound very familiar. Is it Papalimo's? I think AC might be right. No, it's Wedge. It's the same as Wedge. It's Wedge's voice actor. Unless those are the same voice actor too.
Ah, but you, my friend, you are mighty indeed, and pleasing to the eye besides.
Gay Frog's hitting on me. I'm into it. What?
More? I want to see more of him.
Yes! Yes! I could watch him forever!
Okay, so then, yeah, then we were both right, AC.
Why don't we just make him one of us? Yes, one of us.
One of us. One. Wait, I should be chanting with them.
What a fine idea! Why ever didn't I think of that? You may have the crown, but in exchange, we will have you!
This feels safe. V, what was that about? Water?
Wake up! Wake up, damn you!
Definitely don't think they were expecting the fact that we'd be able to breathe underwater. Because their whole thing is that they take people and drown them underwater.
Ah, you're alive. Thank the gods. I don't know where you learned to breathe underwater, but it's lucky you can. I'm sure you had your reasons, but the first rule of dealing with the Froth is do not deal with the Froth. It's said that they are born from the souls of the drowned. Were it not for your little trick, you'd have joined them.
Chabon, good to see you. Glad to have you.
Your friends are safely back on dry land, in case you were wondering. They'll be searching for you, I
Oh,
expect.
awesome. Thanks for the kind words. I hope you continue to enjoy the stuff that we put out, and I'd love to have you in future streams. No, they are not. As far as we know, Tattle. There's no reference to them in the first whatsoever, basically. And they seem to be something only found in the source.
That's the royal capital of the kingdom of Verbert down there. It's seen better days.
He says Verbert, but it's V-O-E.
They were a stubborn lot, the Verbertites.
Anyone want to help me?
Ways. But once you got to know them, you couldn't find a more welcoming people. It always froze over in winter, being up in the mountains. So we'd pull up our chairs round the fire and trade tales over steaming bowls of lamb stew, while the street lamps burned hot and bright outside.
Literally, it was Ishgard.
All dead and buried now. Them and anyone else who might remember. Everything we did. Everything we gave. What was it for? I wonder. I hope you'll have a better answer than this when all's said and done.
Yeah, they must have been different entities. I mean, we also know that people worship different things, and the idea of Hydaelyn does kind of exist on the first, at least a version of it. Yeah. How we'll lose Ishgard if we don't stand here and we hold the line on the first. What we stand to lose, a reminder. I'm glad you liked the flow video, Chebon. Forgive me if I'm saying your name wrong, but I really love doing those lyrical lores. So I'm glad you liked it. It's called an accent. Yeah, I guess there's like ver versus vo, right? Like that wasn't so much seem like an accent. Like that seems like it's actually pronunciation, or like if it's like something to do with like supposed to be more akin to German pronunciation or something. Raven. Yeah, exactly. Literally Ishgard. And Tillier's favorite place in all of fucking 14. Just saying, okay. Cool. Voguebert? Voguebert? Are you fucking with? I don't even know what you're doing with me until here. Okay, let's wrap up this quest, and that's what we're gonna. Oh, so Chapin, sorry, you came right at the very end of the night, so we're actually wrapping up here. But in general, we are always Monday and Tuesdays, although not tomorrow because I'm gonna be out of town. We always have stream, so you're most welcome to join us. God damn it, Tillier. I'm going back in. Nay, my lady, exhausted as thou art, thou wouldst only endanger thyself. I prithee thee, arrest a moment. There was nothing where we looked. Elio. Hey, guys. I love how casual we are. Yeah, definitely good to have you, man. And if you haven't joined the Discord, if you ever want to hang out with people that are here right now or talk, and like if you want to be part of the community, we have a Discord that you're more than welcome to join. Even if you're not super into Discord, like a lot of people also lurk there, but we do stuff together, talk about 14 and all sorts of other stuff. Dear gods, were it not for Sorbonne's blessing, but I need not labor the point. I am glad to see you are safe and well, my friend. Have you any idea how worried we were to wash up on the shore only to find you weren't with us? Oh, but I'm forgetting. Here's your crown, your majesty. The Voith kept that part of the bargain, at least. While there were certain twists and turns, our work there here is done, with everyone none the worse for awareness. No, thank goodness you are still here. Aye, Sul-Un, is something amiss? A great brave mob of mortals is merchant in Il Mheg. Mortals with ugly weapons and uglier faces. They wouldn't happen to be our friends, would they?
Rather the reverse, I fear. The Yulmorian army at a guess. Meaning we can play with them? As much as you like, but just be sure, I will return with you to confirm their identities. If they are who we suspect, we will require your aid. Oh, if Alfie knows it's coming, then Alice will be too, yes? Can't have one without the other, you know. All right, just remember we're not your playmates this time. I'm afraid we must leave the rest of the relic hunt in your hands. Don't worry, I've done this sort of thing before. Indeed, you have. Very well then. See you afterwards, my friend.
Where does the R come from? Verber. Yeah, spoken like someone who's never heard a New England accent. New England accent that takes R's out of where they're supposed to be and throws them all over the words they don't belong. So are now we going with like Vober, it's their accent's New England? Because if so, I'm pretty sure we're gonna kill Atelier. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up here. We'll do our clock outs. Ray or V, if either of you, if you could at least pass in the Discord stuff, usual things. Hey, if you'd like to support us, you know, give us a super chat or join our membership for $1 to get access to all sorts of fun emotes. That goes a long way to supporting the channel. You can also support us by joining our Patreon, where you can get your name in the credits, as well as your name in the fun banner above my head, and also rewards on Discord, as well as if you'd like to be in some of our videos, that is one of the tiers. And again, it goes a long way towards making sure that all of this is very sustainable. And I really, really appreciate it. Truly, I do. I can't tell you enough. To each and every one of you who have, even for just a month. Beyond that, if you'd like to join our community and hang around with people, you can always go check out our Discords in the link below, as well as in the link that V is putting up right now, the Eorzean Archives Discord. Even if you're not a huge socializer, there are many people here who can attest that they were very apprehensive at first. It is a good place to come and meet people and to make some friends and have people to play with in 14 on the reg, even if just a couple. Do you enjoy the words in the written format? There's more lore at eorzeanarchives.com. Little Blue Bird told me we can find on Twitter, where Ray loves to post little funny things she finds all around Eorzea. On top of that, I'm going to ask you to do one thing. I'm not going to ask you to subscribe. I'm not going to ask you to comment. But I will ask you... Wait, is Bean here? No, she's not. Lick that like button. Button. Lick that like button. Because it goes a long way towards also supporting the channel. But seriously though, thanks for hanging out, guys. As I said at the top of stream, I have been having a really rough time with like mental health like the past week, but especially today, it's just been bad. So thank you for, at the very least, making this time very enjoyable and something that even if I crash right afterwards, you know, or I have to go work, I appreciate it. Did you say Bean? Yes, we the Bean, the Jelly Bean. She is they are the lovely lady, lovely lad, lovely lolly, lovely being of the bean of the Gobby Gobby. Yeah, take care. Lick the like button. Yeah, me social. No, bling. Must you do this to me? I'll lick it like a gecko. Also, reminder that for every stream we start over in the Crystarium now, because Elio's not going back to the source until we have finished Shadowbringers. I hope it gets better for you, Elio. We're here for you. Deeply appreciate Raven, and it will. I'm used to the cycles. That's part of bipolar, frankly, that you get used to the ups and downs of it comes in waves. So it's gonna be okay, but right now it's been a bit hard. But I do appreciate the support. I also, if I seem a little bit like, if we're like playing something together, if I seem a little bit like shorter than usual, or like, if I just seem grumpy, don't mind me. It's just that I'm having to modulate a lot more than usual. I have a bean friend. She's like, awesome. Yeah, you'll love Jelly Bean then. They're freaking great. Take care. Take your time. Sending you good brain vibes. Really appreciate it, guys. Seriously, thanks. And here are also the lovely people, some of the lovely people who hang out. So usually we have the tea tree in the aft castle where people hang out, but this is the tree that we're hanging out at currently. For while I'm in Umino, that fucking dance with you were ready with those fairy wings. Did you change hair color? No, you're wearing a hat. Oh, Dest! I hope you're doing good, Dest. I hope work was good today. Okay, but yes, have a lovely day, everyone. Cheers. Edit out. Bye-bye.